Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 9 of What If I Was Reincarnated in the Naruto world as the legendary Konoha outsider. Let the tale begin. Chapter 161, Surviving Ambush. Takuma turned around to look at the three assassins who stood around him at a distance. No number 1 and no number 2 looked injured and hobbled. It seemed his water release, wild water wave, had done a good job. While no number 3 looked tired, his cloaked body had lost the sharpness it possessed before. Takuma dug into no #4's weapons pouch and realized he only had one kunai left. He brandished the final kunai, wishing they wouldn't notice it. He still had shuriken, but Takuma's mind was too tired to make a plan to create an opportunity. He was moving purely on willpower at this point. But even his addled mind realized that he wasn't getting to the precinct. The fall, while not something serious, had broken Takuma's motivation to continue on. He knew that he was going to die. It would either be on his way to the precinct, or it would be here. He looked around. They were on a commercial street. It was already late at night, and the heavy rain had the street without any people. Takuma and the three assassins were the only ones left. There was a chance here that someone would contact the police force, unlike his neighborhood where no one would even think about doing anything even close to that. If he was going to lose his life, it would be while taking the three assassins with him instead of trying to make a run for the precinct and allowing the assassins a chance to escape after they kill him. However, as Takuma raised his arms up, he noticed how none of them moved forward. It was strange. Until now, the assassins had been more aggressive than him. They had pursued, surrounded, and attacked him like hunters going after a prized prey. That aggression was now missing. With one of his legs not working, which Takuma was sure they had already noticed, it was the perfect opportunity for no number 1 and no number 2 to cast a combination jutsu and take him out for good. They even had no #3 support this time around. You don't have the chakra, do you?" he muttered. Takuma didn't know if they heard him over the rain, but he assumed they did. The realization made him chuckle. No number 3 probably had exhausted himself after the fire release jutsu from just before, and no number 1 and no number 2 were perhaps running low since Takuma's Jinjutsu had them use ninjutsu against an illusory army of clones. Takuma wasn't any different, but he felt he could go on for a few more C-rank jutsu. Before Minoru had praised him for his chakra volume, Takuma had never really noticed that he possessed the ability to produce a high volume of chakra. Because he never had to worry about chakra, he never paid any attention to it. Even now, after he was cognizant about the fact, he still didn't care about it as it wasn't a problem, and Takuma was busy juggling with real problems which needed solving. Today was the first time he really felt the advantage that trait provided him. But as Takuma's hopes were rising, he noticed no number 3 reach for his pocket and retrieve something. It was barely visible in the faint lights from a lamp outside a shop. Takuma couldn't figure out what it was for a moment, but then no number 1 and no number 2 followed suit, and all three popped the thing into their mouths. Takuma's breath hitched when he realized what it was. Soldier pills. The faint hope in Takuma's heart shattered when he realized they had taken the miraculous combat drug. The soldier pill nourished the body and replenished the user's chakra. It was made up of powerful stimulants and nutrients that were near instantly absorbed into the intaker's body. It was said that a soldier pill could allow a shinobi to fight for 3 days and 3 nights without rest. At the end of the 3 days' effect, the user is brought to the point of complete and utter exhaustion. The 3-day fact was misinformation. The soldier pill was surely effective, and it could keep a shinobi in combat-ready condition for an extended period of time. The efficacy depended upon the shinobi who ingested it and the subsequent combat they participated in. But none of that mattered because unless they collapsed in the next couple of minutes, Takuma's fate was sealed off. If the situation was dire before, it was impossible now. At least the triple dose of Sango's painkillers was working in full effect. The soldier pills worked as advertised, and Takuma saw the three assassins perk up almost immediately. No #1's and no #2's injuries were still there, but now it looked like they weren't bothering them as much. No number 3, on the other hand, looked much better from a single glance. Takuma felt a bitter taste in his mouth. The feeling of unwillingness rose from deep within, threatening to spill out, but Takuma kept it in check until he could not. Chakra made its way to Takuma's voice box, and he projected his voice. "I killed your friend," he yelled over the rain. "I murdered him like the pathetic dog he was. He died on the side of a filthy road with a gutter below him where he belonged. He should be grateful to me because I gave him a better death than he deserves. After I'm done with all of you, I'm going to go back to his body and piss on it, just for the fucking fun of it, and I would enjoy every single moment of it. I'll make sure that the Irionin open every single part of his body when they do an autopsy so that by the end of it, his body isn't recognizable from before, and then I'm going to dump the bloody mess into a ditch, never to see a grave or a funeral." Takuma felt his elation rise as he spat out the venomous words. It was clear from how well the four assassins worked that they had trained together for a long time, and it wasn't a reach to assume they were close. The camaraderie was built easily when people shed blood, sweat, and tears together. He felt the burden on his heart lift with every single jibe. He noticed a movement from number 3. His body language had visibly changed. The man was holding back his rage, but some of it was leaking out. Takuma pointed at no number 3 with his kunai. "And all of it will be because of all of you. You couldn't protect your Irionin, you let him die. You're a pathetic excuse of a shinobi, a scum who couldn't protect his friend, or maybe he was just a tool for you to use, a disposable pawn ready to be exchanged by another one. What a pathetic way to go, and yet so fitting." Number 3 charged Takuma with the anger of 100 bulls with his sword bearing. Takuma could barely stumble back a step when no number 3 invaded his personal space and swung his sword. The blade sliced through Takuma's lower torso, leaving a deep gash in his side. Takuma screamed in pure agony but grabbed no number 3 by the shoulder before punching out with a chakra-augmented fist that sent no number 3 flying in the air, but the trained assassin landed on his feet like a cat and charged back immediately. "Show!" No number 1 suddenly yelled. "On your shoulder." No number 3 didn't seem to hear no number 1 or directly ignored his call, his hate-filled eyes focused solely on Takuma. Boom! An explosive tag on no #3's shoulder went off, and the man's head and upper torso exploded like a watermelon. Chunks of blown-up human hit Takuma on his face, but he ignored it and began laughing through the coldness spreading through his body. "It looks like they were friends," said Takuma. That was Takuma's last explosive tag. "At least now they're together. Aren't I a generous assassination target?" No number 1 and no number 2 were staring at no #3's remains, shocked, so they didn't react when Takuma was weaving hand seals, and by the time they looked up, it was already too late. Jinjutsu, missed servant jutsu. All but 3 tentacles retreated behind Takuma's back. 2 of them remained around Takuma's leg while the final one traveled along the road to retrieve no #3's sword. He then slowly dragged himself around the 2 assassins as they moved around as though fighting a horde of enemies, even though there was nothing in the vicinity. After no #3's final attack, Takuma was in no condition to physically run. His control over the tentacles was slipping, and he knew that if he tried to push it, the Jinjutsu would break. The chances of that happening were even higher as no number 1 and no number 2 were under the same Jinjutsu a short while ago. He had to be nearby and focused on keeping the 2 under the Jinjutsu. He observed the 2. It only took a moment for no number 2 to use an earth release jutsu. The moment that happened, Takuma slowly sneaked behind no number 2. There was a high probability that no number 2 wouldn't follow up with another ninjutsu immediately after the first one, and no number 1 was fighting his own imaginary horde. By the time Takuma made his way towards no number 2, his vision was blurred, he could no longer even hear the rain properly, and his body had gone numb from the cold. The sword in his hands felt like a heavy warhammer, but his fingers had lost all sensation, so his sight was the only way to tell that he was still gripping the sword. Takuma clutched the sword, and summoning all of his strength, he swung the sword for no #2's neck, putting his body weight behind it. The sword sliced through 3/4th of no #2's neck but got stuck because Takuma didn't even have enough strength to swing properly. But that was enough to end no number 2. His body fell to the ground. Takuma tried to pull the sword out, but it refused to budge. After a pull or two, Takuma let the sword go and moved towards No. 1, but one step was all he could do as he lost all control over his body and fell down next to No. 2 on the road as the rain poured down at him. The 8 tentacles immediately failed, and with it went the Jinjutsu over No. 1. No. 1, the sole remaining assassin, snapped out the Jinjutsu and hurriedly looked towards No. 2 to see his partner dead on the ground with Takuma lying down beside him. For a moment, the assassin stood there in silence, staring at No. 2, but after a long 10 seconds, No. 1 walked towards Takuma with his sword in hand. He silently stared at Takuma for a moment before kicking him face up. No. 1 changed the grip on his sword so that the sword point was facing downward at Takuma's chest before stabbing down. But before the metal could reach the body, Takuma's arm moved, and the blade pierced through it, but in doing so, changed the trajectory, causing the sword to enter the wrong side of the chest. No. 1 hurriedly pulled out the sword for one more strike, but before he could stab it down, a kunai struck the sword. Startled, he looked in the direction of the kunai to see a group of shinobi running towards him. No. 1 turned to run away, but he unexpectedly stumbled to the ground. He looked towards his legs to see Takuma's shaking hands had grabbed his legs. No. 1 kicked Takuma's head before running away, but before he could escape. "If you have come, you better stay." A figure appeared behind No. 1, and before anyone could do anything, the figure snapped No. 1's neck. On the ground, Takuma weakly looked up to see a middle-aged man in casual clothing staring down at him. He had no energy to speak or do anything, so he did the only thing he could do and closed his eyes. Chapter 162, Hokage. In a hospital staff room, AI worked on a report that needed to be submitted the next day. Her day had started at 7 in the morning, and she was in the hospital for her classes by 8. She looked up at the clock, which was about to turn 11. She sighed, knowing it would already be midnight by the time she tucked herself in bed. It had been a couple of months since she had joined the medical corps after passing her exams and had started her training under Taro's father, Dr. Oishi. Her days began with classes from 8 until 1 in the afternoon, after which she would get a half an hour's worth of break before she had to volunteer in the public clinic until 3. She couldn't do much, but Dr. Oishi had told her to volunteer a set number of hours every week, so she did whatever the clinic had for her. Then, her apprenticeship under Dr. Oishi started, and she tried to heal fish for 3 hours before Dr. Oishi left at 6 in the evening. After that, AI would practice for another hour before going home, but today, she was feeling tired and knew that if she returned home, she would fall asleep, but that wasn't an option as she had a report to turn in first thing in the morning. So, here she was, working on her report in the hospital. Her only reprieve was that tomorrow was a Saturday, and she only had her morning classes, leaving the rest of her day free. She completed her report and packed up to leave, but as she walked through a hallway, the double doors on the end pushed open, and a stretcher unit with nurses and night shift doctors rushed. She immediately hugged the wall to clear the way for them. The person on the stretcher was wet from head to toe with so many wounds that he looked like he had been bathed in blood. The sight was so horrifying that AI couldn't move her eyes away from it despite the sheer discomfort and shock and dreadfulness she felt. As they rushed past her, AI wondered what sort of incident the person had been to be in such a condition because, from the direction the nurses and doctors were heading towards, they were going for an emergency surgery. Even though she was now stationed in a hospital that dealt with many shinobi cases and had been a shinobi for a few years, AI wasn't used to the amount of blood and gore she had just seen, so the scene remained in her mind. AI stopped in the middle of the hallway. It would be too busy during the morning, but at night, it was completely opposite. So, AI was alone in the hallway with her thoughts, which were suddenly focused on the second of time when her eyes followed the patient's face. It couldn't be, she thought. AI turned back to the double doorways on the other end of the hallway. Hesitantly at the start, she walked towards them. She reached the part of the hospital that had the surgical suites, and the electronic board showed that only one of them was in use. More people rushed past her towards the surgery suite. Her heart began to beat faster as she followed after them with a brisk walk, stopping herself from breaking into a run. She must have made a mistake, AI told herself. Her mind was playing tricks. Nenro and Masaki, her roommates, had told her much about their mission with him. She was horrified when she found out they had faced an experienced Chunin and infinitely relieved that they had survived the ordeal without any deaths. AI reached the surgical suite, and the Irionin and nurses were already in surgery, and she could only peek through the glass of the door. 4 Irionin sat in the designated places around the large fuinjutsu inscribed on the floor, which focused their Iriojutsu on the patient in the middle who was currently being prepared. She couldn't see the patient's door from the glass, but the worry in her heart made it so she had to resolve the knot. AI then remembered that the patient's belongings, which would contaminate the sterile room, be dumped outside. AI quietly walked into a side preparation room where a set of bloody clothes, ruined chainmail, scuffed shinobi boots, and weapons pouches sat on a table. Just seeing the gear only a shinobi would wear made AI hurry up. She dug through the belongings and found a soiled police force armband, which made her sift through the stuff with panic until she found a wallet. She almost ripped it apart as she opened it to find what she feared. In her hands was a shinobi identity card with Takuma's face on it. The horribly injured patient was her close friend. What had happened? Who had done this to him? 100 questions passed through her mind. She rubbed a drop of blood over Takuma's picture and ended up smearing a bloodstain over his face. She clutched the card and wallet in her tightening grip. Her feet absolutely took her to the surgery suite's door, and she stared through the glass. In the room, Takuma's body was covered in a translucent glowing green as his unconscious body lay limp on the ground. She couldn't hear what the Irionin and nurses were saying, but words were being exchanged, and everyone had tense expressions on their faces. And 4 Irionin charging the Fuinjutsu seal itself showed how critical the situation was. The Fuinjutsu seal was only used in most critical situations when the patient was in immediate danger of death, and even then, in most cases, only 2 Irionin joined to operate the seal, but Takuma's condition demanded 4 Irionin. And all she could do was stand on the outside and do nothing. I have to do something, she thought as she stepped away from the door and ran to a reception area on the floor to make some calls. The first call she made was to her teacher. Hello. Mrs. Oichi? It's AI speaking. Yes, sorry to call you so late. Can I talk to Dr. Oichi? Please, it's urgent, AI said, anxiousness dripping in her voice. Yes, Dr. Oichi. It's Takuma. I was in the hospital when they brought him in. He has horrible injuries all over his body. They took him into surgery as soon as they brought him in. They're using the Fuinjutsu seal with 4 Irionin. If you could come in, please. On the other side of the call, Taro's dad tried to calm her down. No, I don't know what happened to him. I don't know if he was on a mission, but he could have been on a raid for the police force. But he wasn't wearing his shinobi uniform. AI paused before nodding, yes, please come soon. Thank you. AI ended the call, and after taking a deep breath, she dialed one more number. The phone rang 4 times before the other side picked. Ms. Kano? AI this side, Takuma's friend. We met once last year, Takuma introduced us. I wanted to talk to a Kunoichi Irionin, yes, that was me. Takuma just came to the hospital, extremely injured as though he had been in a fight, AI told Uchiha Kano, Takuma's supervising officer in the police force, what she had said to Taro's dad. Takuma had introduced them last year when AI wanted to talk to a Kunoichi Irionin to know what it was like to be a female Irionin. They had met for lunch and had a discussion, which had cleared up a lot of things for AI. No, he was brought in alone, said AI. Yes, I will be waiting for you. AI set the receiver down and leaned against the counter. Her eyes were squinted close, and her brows joined together. There was another Kunoichi Irionin Takuma had talked about, but that went nowhere. AI tried to recall if Takuma had told her anything but realized she knew nothing about Takuma's other Irionin friend, whom he considered to be his personal doctor. Shit! She was new in Iriojutsu training, but she knew that the Irionin operating the Fuinjutsu seal would eventually tire and could potentially need other Irionin to replace them. It was night, and the hospital wasn't operating at full capacity, but she also knew that the hospital would arrange another Irionin and that she didn't need to do anything, but the patient was her close friend, and she would do anything in her power to help. So she called the 2 Chunin Irionin she knew who would come to the hospital in the middle of the night. Taro was close to Takuma as she was, so his dad would come, and AI knew Kano would come if she told the Uchiha that there was no one with Takuma, meaning he wasn't on a mission, and from the picture Nenro had painted for her, Takuma was in an important position in the police force. Finally, AI picked up and called home. Nenro picked up, and AI told him everything about Takuma. Nenro then told her and Masaki were coming to the hospital. Even though it had been less than 15 minutes since she had seen Takuma being pushed past her, AI felt it had been hours. She felt absolutely exhausted and wanted to sit down, but her anxiousness made her pace along the hallway. Barely 10 minutes had passed when the doors on the other side of the hallway, opposite the doors to the surgical suites, opened. AI looked up, hoping it was someone she had called, only to see an old man enter the hallway. AI sighed and leaned against a wall. The old man stopped in front of her. "Young lady, is your name AI?" he asked. AI looked at the old man in surprise. He wore a navy blue samu, Japanese loungewear, and wore Geta sandals that clicked loudly against the marble floor. "Who is asking?" asked AI, suspicious. "My apologies. My name is Mariboshi Kosuke. Your friend Nenro called me a few minutes ago to tell me that my student Takuma was admitted to this hospital. I came as soon as possible." "May I ask how he is?" said Mariboshi. I don't know, he is in surgery," said AI and told him the same she had told everyone else. She had called Nenro at last, who in turn called Mariboshi, but the old man was the first to arrive. AI knew of Mariboshi. Takuma talked a lot about him, and his words were always full of praise. She could tell that Takuma held Mariboshi in high esteem. "I see." Mariboshi looked towards the doors that led to the surgical suite. "You look tired, young lady. Would you like to go home and rest? I will be here in case anything needs to be done." "No, it's okay, I will stay," said AI. "Very well. Then let me go make some calls," Mariboshi said with a comforting smile. The surgery lasted a full 13 hours, during which Takuma came close to death multiple times as teams of Irionin worked hard to keep his broken body stable through extensive Iriojutsu. As Takuma's friends came to know about it later, Takuma's heart had stopped by the time he was brought into the hospital, and it was a miracle that he was resuscitated. He had lost too much blood, his body was in a horrible state, and his chakra reserves were low, which crashed his body's natural ability to keep itself alive. The Irionin who had started operating on Takuma could not improve his condition and could barely keep him alive in his fragile state. When Dr. Oishi and Uchiha Kano showed up, they couldn't immediately help due to Takuma's fragile state and had to get familiar with Takuma's condition. Dr. Oishi was added to the second team when the first team couldn't continue, but Uchiha Kano was refused outright as her expertise lay in fieldwork and her inexperience with the Fuinjutsu seals used in the complicated operations. Takuma's condition didn't improve for the first 2 hours, instead, it began to deteriorate. For a moment, it seemed that Takuma wouldn't make it out of the surgery alive. It was then 2 Jonin Irionin came into the picture, especially invited by Mariboshi, who then took over Takuma's operation at the 3-hour mark. Dr. Oishi joined them, marking a turning point in the operation. While Takuma's condition remained unstable for the next several hours, the highly experienced and skilled Jonin began to piece his body together one piece at a time. The problem lay within the organs which were butchered during the fight. Sometime during the night, Takuma's friends were told that an assassination attempt was the reason behind Takuma's condition. Kano reassured them that the entire police force's resources would be devoted to finding who targeted Takuma, as the police force didn't take aggressions against their officers lightly. However, by the time Takuma's 13-hour operation ended with Takuma finally stabilized enough to survive without the constant treatment by Irionin, the situation outside had changed drastically without anyone knowing. Chapter 163, What the Fuck? Takuma slowly opened his eyes and was greeted by such a blurry mess that he couldn't tell where he was. It took blinking dozens of times to get his eyes to focus, and even then, they went out of focus when he tried to look around. From the beige ceiling above, the green curtain to his sides, and the smell of disinfectant in the air, Takuma deciphered that he was in a hospital. He felt a rush of relief. He had made it out of the assassination attempt alive. He tried to recall what had happened, only to find that he didn't remember anything after he had taken No #2's head off. It made him wonder what happened to No. 1 and how he was still alive. Maybe the precinct nearby was alerted somehow, and they rushed to save him. If that was the case, he was so happy they did because he didn't think he would have been able to take out No. 1 even if he tried his best. Now that he was awake, Takuma had to alert the nurses of the fact. But as he tried to get up, his body refused to budge. It was as if his body was pumped with lead, and Thor had put the Mjolnir on his chest to nail him to the bed. When he tried to push it, pain shot through his body. He let go and rested his body, breathing heavily with a sheen of sweat on his body. What had happened to his body? Takuma craned his neck up with great difficulty to see that he still had his arms and legs. Apart from the breathing mask on his face and a few IVs in his arm, he didn't seem to be plugged into any other life-preserving equipment, which was a good sign. If something happened to his body, his life would be over. He wanted to call out to a nurse, but he didn't have the energy to shout, so he continued to lay there on the bed. Thankfully, he didn't have to wait long as a nurse entered his room a few minutes later. "Oh my, I see you're awake now," said the nurse. Takuma frowned when he heard the nurse. "What happened to my hearing?" he asked. His ears were trained to replace his eyes under the fog of the hidden mist jutsu. He could immediately tell that his hearing was different. It was so dull that he felt nauseous. "I feel drowsy," Takuma groaned. "You're on some powerful medication," the nurse patiently explained. "You'll be fine when we take you off it." "I hope soon." "How long?" 9 days, she replied. "What?" "Ugh!" Takuma groaned. He convulsed as pain clutched his body. "Easy now, you're out of danger, but your body still needs time to recover naturally." The nurse fixed his oxygen mask. "You were in an induced coma to protect your brain from a traumatic injury and lessen its load. Your condition became stable enough today to wake you up. How are you feeling? Any discomfort?" The nurse pulled off the sheet on his body and began checking him. "I can't move my body, and I'm drowsy," Takuma muttered. "You were ripped apart. It'll take time and physical therapy to get you back to your peak," she said. "Fuck," Takuma muttered tiredly. Now, there was no possibility he wouldn't lose position in the narcotics task force. "Who brought me in?" "My memories are hazy." "The police force brought you in." "I heard it was an assassination attempt, but not more than that." "It must have been serious. They have around-the-clock protection assigned to you," said the nurse. "Protection?" "There are police force members outside your room. Can you send them in, please?" The nurse helped him drink some water before leaving to get the doctor in charge of Takuma. A moment later, 2 police force officers came into the room. It took a moment, but Takuma recognized them as Chunin, Afuma, and Uchiha. "Is No #1? I mean, is the last assassin still alive?" he asked. They looked at each other. "They're all dead," Uchiha replied. "Then why is there a Chunin security detail on me?" Takuma asked. "It's not every day a police force officer is the target of an assassination attempt. We must be careful until we find who was behind this," said Fuma. "Any leads?" "Which one of the fucking drug lords tried to get me out of the way?" asked Takuma. He would need to talk to Inomoto to verify if his partner wasn't the one to order the hit. "We are working on it," said Uchiha. "You can tell me, you know," said Takuma. "I work in the narcotics task force. This comes under my purview." They looked hesitant, but the Uchiha eventually said, "We haven't been able to connect the hit to any drug lords." Apparently, no one even knew this happened before the papers blew it up. That was bad news. If they hadn't been able to pick even a rumor of the street chatter, then it meant someone had been meticulous about how they did things. Takuma didn't appreciate that the papers had publicized his incident, but it seemed inevitable. But then the Uchiha stepped closer to the bed and whispered into Takuma's body. The bodies of the assassins have gone missing. What? Takuma yelled before his body clutched up in pain. The Fuma hushed him. Be quiet, it's not public information. How did that happen? Takuma shivered in pain. We don't know that information. You'll have to ask the ones handling the investigation. They will come by later now that you're awake. He had barely been awake for a few minutes, and he was already feeling more exhausted than he ever had. Not to mention, his mind was now filled with the shocking information. The assassin's body had gone missing. How could 4 bodies go missing when the police force was the first to arrive at the scene? He couldn't imagine how someone could even pull something like that off. No wonder they had 2 Chunin on guard duty. They must have been worried that if someone could steal 4 dead bodies without anyone knowing, they could finish the job with Takuma. You're awake. Takuma turned his head and was surprised to see AI on the door. She wore a standard Hidden Leaf shinobi uniform and had a book bag and lunchbox in her hand. So, I'm at your hospital, huh? Takuma smiled, happy to see his friend. AI entered the room. When did you wake up? She asked with a wide smile. Just now, Takuma said. Seeing that the guards had let AI inside, she must have visited him before. That made him happy. How did you know about me? Did you read about it in the papers? I was there when they wheeled you back in, AI said heavily. Your heart had already stopped by the time you came in. They had to bring you back. Takuma's eyes widened. Not because his heart had stopped, with his condition, that wasn't surprising, but he couldn't imagine how AI had felt by seeing him in the condition he was just after the fight. It must have been horrible. All's well that ends well, Takuma tried to sound reassuring. AI smiled, looking better. What happened? The guards won't tell me anything, but the newspapers are saying it was an assassination attempt. Takuma nodded. Probably one of the drug lords whose business I harmed or someone who was worried I would come after them, he sighed. How can you be so nonchalant? Asked AI. I would be angry if I had the energy, said Takuma before asking AI what had happened in the days he was in the coma. AI was an outsider and didn't know any of the insider information, but Takuma valued her opinion. And when he realized that it was because of AI calling people that he was alive, he felt indebted to her. So, what's in that lunchbox? I haven't eaten in ages, asked Takuma. AI giggled. It's too early for you to have solid foods. As they talked, the Irionin in charge of Takuma walked in, and surprisingly, it was Taro's dad. How are you feeling, Takuma? Said Dr. Oichi. The man's smile was as kind as ever, and he even looked more scholarly in his white coat. Tired, Takuma replied. Dr. Oichi checked Takuma. A few more days, you'll be fit enough to be discharged. After that, it'll be physical therapy, she said. I hope there is no permanent damage, Takuma asked, hoping there was none. You were healed properly, so there shouldn't be any, but we will get to know during physical therapy. Takuma wasn't looking forward to that at all. Eventually, AI and Dr. Oishi left for their work, and the next visitors were the ones Takuma wanted to listen to the most. Takuma was resting with his eyes closed when he heard footsteps in his room. He opened his eyes to see Kano, but then he saw Makoto and tried to sit up to greet her, only to be punished by the pain. Welcome, ma'am. You didn't have to come, said Takuma. Rubbish. Makoto walked to his bedside and sat down on the chair. I had to come when I heard you woke up. How are you feeling? I hope the Irionin did a good job. We wanted to send our own, but we heard that you already Jonin Irionin treating you. What can I say, ma'am? I must have done something good in my last life to have such good people care about me. Takuma was extremely emotional when AI told him what Mariboshi had done. Kano sat beside her after putting a luxurious-looking premium fruit basket on the bedside table. Takuma got right to the point after the small talk. I heard that the assassins' bodies went missing. May I know how that happened? He reeled his words in Makoto's presence. Takuma's swearing switch remained switched off in her presence. After you were taken to the hospital, the bodies were sent to the nearest morgue. It was already too late at night for an autopsy. The transport to a police force facility was scheduled in the morning, but by the time transport arrived, the bodies were already gone, said Kano. But how? When our officers arrived at the morgue to transport the body, the staff was surprised. According to them, some other officers had already taken the bodies. Someone had impersonated police force officers and had done it well enough that the morgue staff had let them take away the body. They had used forged release papers, and the forgery was near perfect. It was enough to fool the morgue staff who have dealt with officers before. So, someone just took 4 bodies, and no one knows where they are? Takuma said, trying to come to terms with the ridiculousness of the situation. 4. Kano spoke up. There were only 3 assassins. What? No, there were 4 assassins. I stabbed No #4's neck in a street near my house, blew No number 3 up with an explosive bomb, and beheaded No number 2. Don't tell me No number 1 escaped? Takuma said, a bad feeling bubbling in his stomach. Takuma, we didn't find any bodies near your house. There were only 3 assassins where we found you. The last one was killed by a jonin who was passing, said Kano. Takuma could see the look in her eyes. She was hoping that Takuma would revise his statement. There was a 4th one, the Irionin of the group. I killed him first to take away their healer. And I made sure he was dead. So, he didn't just get up and leave. Someone took him. Come on! Takuma couldn't help but yell. Do we have anything? Anything at all. Kano shook her head. We didn't find anything in your home, and the rain washed away any usable evidence. And then we lost the bodies, Makoto sighed. The atmosphere in the room plummeted. Takuma felt a headache come over, and he asked Kano and Makoto to leave. He knew Kano was there to interview him, but he was in no mood to answer their questions. And maybe because Takuma was the victim, a police force officer, and knew both of them personally, they left without insisting. If Takuma were in a better mood, he would have thanked them, but he didn't say anything when they left. Takuma asked the guards not to let anyone in except for the hospital staff, and the next time Dr. Oichi came by, he asked him to inform them that he wasn't feeling well enough to have visitors. He didn't want to see anyone until he had time to process his information and thoughts. But it seemed that he couldn't even have that, as, in the evening, someone stopped by his room. Someone important enough that a Uchiha Chunin couldn't just turn away directly. There's someone to see you, said Uchiha. Turn them away, Takuma replied. It's a jonin. He's the man who saved you. Takuma opened his eyes and looked at the Uchiha. And after a few moments, he nodded. Let him in. It would be insulting to turn away the person who had saved him and not thank him. The man who entered the room wore a gray kimono shirt and black pants with a hidden leaf headband around his forehead. The man had spiky black hair, and his features were that of a serious man. Even though his expressions were relaxed, his eyebrows were slightly slanted, making him look like he was displeased. Thank you very much for saving me. I'm sure I would have been dead if it wasn't for you, Takuma said. I want to stand up to thank you properly, but unfortunately, it seems I'm not in the condition to do so. I hope you don't take offense. Of course not. I'm fine with just your words, said the man, even though his voice were serious and straightforward. I'm glad to see that you're awake. I hope everything's fine and you'll recover fine. Yes, sir. I'll be fine, said Takuma. May I know my name? Ah, my apologies. My name is Kinoto. Chapter 164, Butterfly Effect. In an underground facility under Hidden Leaf known only to a select few, Kenoto walked down a hallway lit with yellow light bulbs nailed to the walls with a line or jute rope where his footsteps trained to be silent still made echoing noise. The facility was built deep underground, going further than any similar facility would generally be built. Because of that depth, the entire facility was reinforced against earthquakes to prevent cave-ins. The facility's purpose was secrecy, and because of the location, the whole base was covered in extremely complex Fuinjutsu seals to prevent a particular white-eyed clan from peeking in from the surface. Kenoto knocked on a door and waited in silence to get a response. He was a Jonin of the Hidden Leaf, and not many places could make him wait, but the person behind the door could make him stay as long as the latter wanted. After a moment, Kenoto entered upon getting the invitation. The room was an office without any adornments. Every room was furnished similarly in case they needed to abandon the facility, which required expedited destruction of evidence. 3 people were waiting for Kenoto in the office. Sitting in front of the desk was the master instructor, a Chunin of the Hidden Leaf who was in charge of training the recruits inducted into the Foundation. He raised the young orphans and molded them into operatives beyond their peers. He was the one to mold the older recruits into loyal operatives dedicated to the Foundation's mission. The master instructor was an essential part of the Foundation. Kenoto remembered his own training days. He hated the master instructor with a passion. The next was Khan, an operative, who was the reason behind their current situation. The Foundation had a strict flow of information, and every piece of information was on a need-to-know basis. But from what Kenoto had learned recently, Khan was involved in the drug trade, which funded the Foundation's expenses. But right now, Khan had made the mistake that led to 4 trainees' deaths. And finally, there was the leader. The man had built the Foundation from the ground up with his 2 hands. Shimura Danzo, the Hokage's shadow, the darkness of the shinobi. The man who protected the great tree from anonymity, warding off the enemies who wanted to burn it down. Kenoto knelt down in respect and waited to be addressed. "Rise, Kenoto," said Danzo. "Yes, sir." "Progress report." Kenoto started. "The bodies of the trainees along with their belongings are disposed of, cremated, and ashes flushed. We got to them before the police force could inspect them. The police force has mobilized a substantial amount of their resources for the investigation, but they don't have any leads that would lead them to us. The Foundation is completely cut off from the situation." Danzo hummed. "What about the target?" "The target was lifted from the induced coma earlier today. From my conversation with him, he's upset about the missing bodies, but he doesn't seem to know any more than the police force already knows. The trainees were careful enough on that matter." Kenoto paused before asking, "Should I dispose of the target?" "No need," said Danzo. "The matter has already attained widespread attention. If he dies now, the matter will be taken off the police force's hands and into ANBU's. It serves our interest that the investigation remains in the police force's hands." Before Kenoto could reply, the master instructor spoke up. "The target caused the deaths of 4 trainees. We have to retaliate." Danzo glanced at the master instructor, who shut up. He gave the same look to Khan. "Your decisions led to this situation. I do not blame you for going after the target, but you grossly misjudged the capability of the target, which led to us losing years of resources we put into developing 4 trainees. This mission was not a time-sensitive one, and you could have taken time to research your target and have assigned appropriate operatives, but you judged incorrectly, which led to heavy losses. Both of you will be punished for this error." The master instructor and Khan looked displeased. "Khan, you are to leave for the Land of Frost. You will be keeping an eye on the situation there and protect and develop our war interests," Danzo ordered. "Yes, sir," said Khan. The war between the Land of Hot Waters and the Land of Frost was ramping up, and it was a situation full of opportunity, but it wasn't somewhere people wanted to be. It was far from home, and the assignment there would mean working 24/7. It was a lot of tedious work of developing contacts, establishing presence in different circles, creating an information network, and other ground-level tasks. And because Khan was a Chunin, once he did all the work, a senior operative would eventually take his place once the grunt work was done. No one liked that. Danzo turned to the master instructor. You are going on a scouting trip to replace the 4 trainees. You are to hand over the command of the training villa to Nico. She will be in charge until you return. Kenoto felt a rush of joy upon hearing the punishment. Master Instructor's scouting days were past him, and forcing him away from the training villa, where Master Instructor's word was the law, where he was the king, was the ultimate punishment. Moreover, the Master Instructor hated Nico. Their views on training were too different, and Danzo knew what handing over command to Nico meant. Understood, sir, said the Master Instructor. His face was impassive, but Kenoto could see the slight twitching on his face. Danzo asked the Master Instructor and Khan to leave. Do you have any upcoming assignments that require you to leave the village? Asked Danzo. No, sir, said Kenoto. If any such assignments come up, you're to reject it. If there's something you can't refuse, you're to come to me. I will take care of it, said Danzo. I want you in the village. You're to observe the Uchiha clan, but that's a secondary priority. Kenoto nodded. They already had people observing the Uchiha clan. Adding him would be a waste of resources. Your primary principal is Uchiha Shisui. You are to watch him, document his every move. I want to know everything there is to know about Uchiha Shisui. The full package? Asked Kenoto. The full package, Danzo nodded. The full package not only included surveillance on the primary target but profile building on people with 3 degrees of separation from Shisui. They were going to piece together what the world looked like to the person called Uchiha Shisui. Some of the Foundation's full package missions were so successful they could predict the primary target's future decision before they had made them. What resources will I have access to? Asked Kenoto. Uchiha Shisui was a Jonin of the Hidden Leaf, an ANBU, and a high-ranking Uchiha. He was a high-value target, which made the surveillance difficult. Anything you need? Kenoto nodded. When constructing your team, I want you to be stricter than our standard requirement. Keep the team small, but choose the most skilled ones. You can't let Uchiha Shisui or anyone else get momentarily suspicious. Kenoto was about to reply in affirmative when he noticed the look in Danzo's eyes. He straightened up. He knew the look meant that Danzo was asking him to listen very carefully and embed every word in his brain. Kenoto, if Uchiha Shisui finds you, death is all but guaranteed. His eyes are dangerous, said Danzo. You and every member of your team will undergo the full Juinjutsu, curse sealing. Anything less than that, and he will turn you into an open book. No amount of training you have will be able to prevent him from extracting information from you. Do you understand? I understand, sir. I will follow all the precautions, Kenoto replied. He had his assignment. It was now time to work it. After Kenoto left, Danzo didn't immediately leave the underground facility. He was a busy man, and time was a precious commodity. Instead, Danzo took a moment to contemplate on his thoughts in silence. Uchiha Shisui. He never thought an Uchiha would be able to attain the Mangekyo Sharingan during his lifetime. He had believed that Uchiha Madara was the last one to transcend the Uchiha Dojutsu. But it seemed he was wrong, and someone had awakened those eyes again. And with those eyes in the hands of an Uchiha, a danger now loomed over the Hidden Leaf village. The person whom Danzo respected the most in this world was his teacher, Senju Tobirama, the second Hokage. He had built his way of life, and his Nindo, from the wisdom his teacher had imparted before he passed away heroically while protecting the village. Tobirama hated the Uchiha. He had shown Danzo the danger they represented. They couldn't handle their gifts. The stronger they became, the greater the threat they presented to the village. Unlike the others, Danzo saw the truth behind the cursed clan. They couldn't be trusted with their powers. And he was in the right to think that. Until very recently, the Uchiha were planning a coup against the village, and if not for the special circumstance, they would have gone forward with it. Danzo had to give it to them. They had managed to keep the coup hidden for a time longer than he thought was possible. His route had an impressive intelligence network in the Hidden Leaf Village, and things of note rarely happened without him knowing it, but the Uchiha had managed to keep their intentions from him. He had only become suspicious when Hiruzen had suddenly started peaceful diplomacy with the Uchiha. In his decades as the Hokage, the old fool hadn't extended the amounts of benefits to the Uchiha clan that he had done in the surprise move. When Danzo looked closer, he could see the cracks in the Uchiha's secrecy. Something was simmering under the surface, and the Uchiha were ensuring it stayed that way. His suspicions were verified when he approached Uchiha Itachi and got rebuffed. He might be Root's leader, and Uchiha Itachi might be an ANBU, but he was still an elder and on the Leaf Council. It was insulting for Uchiha Itachi not to give him a proper meeting. That's when he knew that the Uchiha were hiding something. But even then, he couldn't find out what they were hiding. His intelligence had failed him, which was worrisome, but more problematic was the source who finally revealed Uchiha's secret. Uchiha Madara. The orange-masked figure with the Sharingan who claimed to be the ghost of Uchiha, the legendary shinobi who had founded the Hidden Leaf with Senju Hashirama. Danzo was naturally skeptical, but with the Nine Tails incident from a few years back that had set back the village quite a bit, he couldn't help but wonder if the figure was telling the truth. The man did possess the skill. He could walk into a root facility and put his operatives down without a peep just to meet with him. It was an experience Danzo hadn't had since his heydays on the battlefield. The so-called Uchiha Madara presented a gift to him in the form of information. The Uchiha clan was planning a coup, and even gave him a way to verify. When Danzo checked, he found it to be true. The Uchiha had improved their relationships with various powers within the clan and were even making moves in the daimyo's court. In return, Uchiha Madara only wanted Danzo's friendship. Danzo was no fool. The Uchiha Madara of old hated the Hidden Leaf. Danzo's every instinct could sense that the man who claimed to be the Uchiha founder held the same malice against the village. He wanted to destroy the village. Danzo couldn't let that happen. And perhaps the masked man could sense that. The masked man knew how Danzo wished to be the Hokage, and extended his help. When the opportunity presented itself, he would help Danzo become the Hokage. But Danzo could tell the darkness that lurked within the man. This was the devil's offer. He was being invited to dance with the devil. Accepting it would be seeking destruction. Danzo had wanted to laugh. He was usually the devil extending the favor, who knew that one day he would be on the other side of the table. He accepted the offer. He had played this game before, so he knew how to beat it. He would become the Hokage and find out the true identity of the man and then ruin him. If the man was truly Uchiha Madara, the dead were better when cold. If it were just another Uchiha pretending to be someone else, he would eliminate them. Danzo entertained the idea that if it was indeed Uchiha Madara, then that meant his eyes were the Mangekyo Sharingan. The Uchiha might be cursed, but the Sharingan was a powerful weapon, and it could be better utilized in capable hands, his hands. Mangekyo Sharingan, he whispered. Another pair of those eyes were so near him in Uchiha Shirsui's possession. He couldn't believe it when Hiruzen told him about what Uchiha Shirsui had done. The young Uchiha had crushed the coup by manipulating his clan with his eyes. A shiver went down Danzo's back. Uchiha Shirsui's eyes were powerful. It could twist minds to do his bidding, all the while making others think that it was what they wanted. What a terrifying weapon. Wasn't that perfect for him? Danzo wanted those eyes. And maybe he would get them. After all, an Uchiha in possession of the Mangekyo Sharingan was a threat to the village. And it was his job to eliminate those threats. However, it was a pity that the Uchiha clan were no longer on the warpath. If Uchiha Shirsui hadn't manipulated his clan, Danzo would have had enough justification to wipe out the cursed clan from the face of the world. Danzo blamed Hiruzen. The old fool had kept it hidden from him. Danzo wasn't worried Hiruzen kept something this grave from him for such a long time. The village would be in deep trouble if the Hokage wasn't able to keep a secret, and the fact that Hiruzen had shared Uchiha Shirsui's actions with him meant that the Hokage still trusted him. The Hokage's trust was a priceless commodity. It was nice to have it affirmed. Now that he knew this information, Danzo could make suitable moves. Maybe Uchiha Madara would be interested in knowing someone else had awakened the legendary eyes. Danzo wondered how the man would react. Danzo stood up from his chair and was about to leave when he noticed the file on the table. He opened it to find that it was the file on the genin who had killed 4 trainees. Takuma. Where did he know that name from? Danzo flipped through the file, and the memory became clear. It was the genin who had survived the Hidden Frost incident. Interesting, he muttered as he read the file. The child was an orphan, a ring fighter, a police force officer, Mariboshi Kosuke's protege, which was more surprising than anything. He was even learning Jinjutsu from Uchiha Mikoto and had managed to dispatch 3 similarly aged root trainees who had gone through intense for almost a decade. This Takuma was a perfect candidate for a root operative. Someone who had access to the Uchiha Patriarch's family and even had an indirect connection to the Hokage through Mariboshi Kosuke would be a massive asset for the root. Alas, it was already too late. Turning loyalties through mental conditioning took time. Even if Root tried to convert Takuma, it would be a long and risky process with multiple points of failure due to Takuma's activeness in his career. It would have been optimal if they had somehow gotten to Takuma while he was in the Genin Corp and then injected him into the police force, which they had done, but their spy wasn't as successful as Takuma. Danzo closed the file. The master instructor was right. Someone had caused the death of trainees, they needed to retaliate. But not in the way the master instructor would have suggested. He had other ideas. Chapter 165, Mikoto Uchiha. Takuma took a deep breath, grabbed the parallel railings on either side of him, and exhaled as he let his arms support his weight. He grunted in pain and extreme discomfort as he tried to walk forward, his legs and hips trembled like a newborn fawn. To relearn how to walk, something that was as natural as breathing, was a miserable experience. "One more step," said the nurse beside him. Takuma had never felt humiliation like this ever before. He was a shinobi who could skip rooftops, scale mountains, and move at speeds unimaginable by civilians, but now he was worse than an infant who had learned to walk. Sweat dripped from his eyebrows as he took labored breaths. He fought the instinct to let his uninjured arms take over the weight of his body weight from his legs and let them rest, but he knew this was the only way to return to form. He couldn't wait for the day he would return to the ring and thrash opponents to the ground. He yearned for the rush. I can't do any more," Takuma said. "A few more steps would be your personal best," the nurse replied. "Come on, you can do it." Takuma gritted his teeth and took trembling steps. He had thought only one of his legs was screwed up, but adrenaline had been supporting his other leg and even his spine during the fight. He was aware that he would fully recover, but the journey to the destination was miserable. It didn't help that his organs were shredded in the process and couldn't handle solid food. He was on a mush diet. "That's it. Good job," the nurse cheered when Takuma made it to 3/4 of the path. The moment he heard the praise, Takuma lifted his lower body up with his arms and dangled in the air, breathing heavily. He stared at the sweat drops that fell down on the mat below him. He wanted to scream. "Officer Takuma." Hearing his name, Takuma turned his head to see Jonin Uchiha Sayuri, the head of the Department of Organized Crime, standing a distance away from him with 2 guards behind her. She was his boss. She was the one to greenlit the narcotics task force, and the one Takuma used in the newspaper as spokesperson whenever they did a big bust to ensure he and the narcotics task force were in her graces. "Let's talk," she said. They settled in the corner of the physical therapy hall. Sayuri's guards stood a distance away from them as the two sat around a desk across from each other. "I must admit, I'm surprised with your visit, ma'am," said Takuma. "It's not every day one of my officers is almost assassinated," said Sayuri. "The narcotics task force was uncharted territory, ma'am. We must have scared the drug lords." "I see this as a positive," he chuckled. Sayuri smiled in return. Takuma could sense small talk about his health coming, so he cut it short. "What's the reason behind this visit, ma'am?" "I'm sure this isn't just a social visit." He had been getting visits from his friends and colleagues the entire week. His narcotics task force subordinates, some colleagues from organized crime, Sango, Irika, Aburaim Susumu from the Hidden Frost mission, the Jinin and Chunin from the Farm Raid mission, people had been trickling in to see him, and it was kind of them, but he was fed up with having the same conversation again and again. Sayuri sighed as she set an envelope on the table. Takuma looked at her in confusion as he ripped the envelope. Both the envelope and the letter inside had the official seal from a Hidden Leaf Shinobi office stamped on them. As Takuma read the letter, his confusion grew. Conscription, he looked at Sayuri with a heavy frown. I am getting conscripted for the conflict between the land of hot waters and the land of frost? Ma'am, I'm not sure if you realize, but I'm in no condition to serve in an office, much less at a battlefield. Of course, you're not being asked to go immediately. You will be deployed after you pass the standard physical, she said. Anger began to bubble inside Takuma. And why are they conscripting from the police force? Takuma asked, healing his words from jumping. Every division has been asked to send some of their shinobi to help our allies in the Hidden Steam. I see. But I can't go, ma'am. The narcotics task force is at a critical stage. We can't let the drug lords think that the assassination attempt has us scared. It's time for us to increase the intensity and aggressively target them to show that we mean business. My team needs me, I can't leave them right now. You must stop this order. What Takuma said was true. The narcotics task force couldn't plateau right now. But the intention behind his words was to hear how Sayuri would reply. I agree with you. Unfortunately, I don't have the authority to stop the order. We can't be seen as not wanting to support our allies. Bullshit, Takuma spat. He asked, then what happens to the narcotics task force? Who will lead it? Someone capable will replace. Is it already decided? Asked Takuma. Am I already out? Is my replacement already chosen and they're preparing to take my place in the next few days? Or has that selection process not started yet? Sayuri didn't answer the question immediately. Who is it? He asked. Takuma, you must understand. We can't allow the task force to remain without leadership. Who is it, ma'am? Chunin Uchiha Yakumi. Of course, Takuma scoffed. Uchiha Yakumi was Kano's direct supervisor when Takuma worked under her and became Takuma's direct supervisor when he established the narcotics task force. Yakumi wasn't involved with the task force, but Takuma was required to give regular reports to Yakumi so that the higher-ups were in the loop. So, it's not that you can't stop the order, you don't want to stop the order, Takuma said. He had, of course, expected it. He had known this would happen for months and had even prepared himself for it, but now that it was happening, he couldn't help but regulate his burning emotions. He didn't care if he was talking rudely to a jonin, he felt a righteous anger burn within him. Sayuri's eyes sharpened at Takuma's words. She had been passive until now, but her body language was enough telltale signs that had changed. Mind the words you use, Officer Takuma, she said. This is the department's final decision. It will be announced later today, and the decision will go into effect in a few days. And what if I ask Lady Uchiha, said Takuma. Sayuri's eyes narrowed as she glared at Takuma. Jonin Makoto never joined the police force. Feel free to go to her if that's what you desire, but I don't think it will change anything. She stood up to walk away but left behind a few more words. You might be her student, but she's Jonin Uchiha Makoto. Do you think she will go against the clan to support you? Thank you for visiting, ma'am, Takuma said in reply. After Sayuri left, Takuma stood up from his chair and yelled. Nurse! Rage was a good motivator. I can ask my husband to stop the conscription order, said Makoto, but do you think that will be wise? It had been 3 days since Sayuri had given Takuma the news. Because Takuma couldn't leave the hospital, Makoto had to come to the hospital. At first, he wanted to transport himself to Makoto's home, but after refusal by Dr. Oichi, Makoto offered to visit him. What do you mean? Asked Takuma. They sat on the chairs in Takuma's private room, which the police force was nice enough to provide for him while he recovered. Let's say that I ask him to stop the conscription order. Do you think you will be able to return to the police force and continue to lead the narcotics task force like before? She asked. Can't he revert the change in leadership back to me? Asked Takuma. He could, Makoto shrugged, but why would he do you two favors? You can ask. Makoto stopped him. I can't make Fugaka do anything he doesn't want to, Takuma. I never joined the police force, so I have limited sway over their affairs. Let's say I ask him. To reinstate you, he will have to go against Sayuri. Fugaku might be the clan head and the chief of the police force, but that doesn't mean he can just do anything he wants. Organized crime is Sayuri's department, he will have to give her something in return. He won't deal with her for you. You are my student, not his. Takuma bit his lip. Makoto was right, Fugaku won't help him. Fugaku knew about his ring career, even though the man was fine with it, others would not. That was enough reason for Fugaku not to support him, it might damage his position in the clan and the police force. And are you sure you want to return? Said Makoto. I can make the conscription go away, but because of your contract, you will have to go back to work with the police force. You will be made to work in the narcotics task force. Is that what you want? Let's say you somehow get transferred from organized crime to some other department. Do you think you will get the same opportunity as you did with the narcotics task force? And depending upon how much you piss Sayuri, she might just feel vindictive and release the information in your file that you so much want to keep hidden. Even Fugaku can't stop rumors. Takuma felt irked by how calm Makoto was when talking about his career. He had known her for several months, so he knew that's how she was always, but it still irked him, even though she was making sense. So, you're saying I should just give up? I won't lie, this situation isn't optimal for you, but you can still make something out of it, said Makoto. Correct me if I'm wrong, but you must have thought about pursuing a rank promotion soon. Takuma hesitated for a moment before nodding. He had some plans for becoming a chunin within the next 12-month period. There was a chunin exam in less than 2 months, but Takuma had no intention to attend. He was aiming for a field promotion, his achievements in the police force were coming along great, and he thought that if he continued to develop the narcotics task force, he would be able to rack up enough to get promoted through the police force. Because the Leaf Military Police Force was a division like the TNI Division or the Intelligence Division, they had certain promotion slots every year. Moreover, even individual jonin had one chunin promotion slot every year. Takuma was aiming for one of those slots to get promoted, which was why he had doubled down with the police force. His initial contract with the police force would have expired a month ago, but Takuma had signed an extension to show he was serious about a career in the police force. Makoto knew about the extension as it had come up in one of their conversations. A chunin exam is coming up. If you sign up now, what do you think about your chances of getting a promotion? Asked Makoto. Not good, Takuma sighed. He was confident in his academic, combat, and survival ability. His resume because of the police force was also quite attractive. But there was a problem. I don't have a team. Genin, participating in a chunin exam, started preparation early. Nenro and Masaki had started preparing when the exam was a year away. Every chunin exam was unique, but there was one thing common among all: genin participated in teams of 3. And those teams were locked in early as the genin wished to improve their teamwork for the exams. Nenro and Masaki both had already locked their teams 4 months ago and regularly trained with them. Even Takuma's subordinates in the narcotics task force, who were participating, had already locked in their teams. With less than 2 months from the exam, Takuma was doubtful he could get on a team. And even if he did get on one, he knew it wouldn't be a good one. A bad team could ruin a genin's chances in the exam. Moreover, the upcoming chunin exams were being hosted by the Hidden Rock, and that cut into the registration time because of the travel. It was already too late. If he wanted a real chance, he needed to aim for the next chunin exam. So you can aim for the next chunin exam 8 months from now, but you will have to work at a demoted position in the narcotics task force, which will reflect on your record, said Makoto. Or you can take the conscription and earn war achievements. Takuma was shocked. He couldn't believe Makoto had just told him to accept the conscription. Don't look so surprised, Makoto chuckled. A war is a land of opportunity for a shinobi. A war is where shinobi careers take off, heroes rise, and legends are created. There's nothing more attractive than war accomplishments. Namake's Minato, the fourth Hokage, became the Yellow Flash in the Third Shinobi World War. The legend of the Sannin was minted in the Second Shinobi World War. Hatake Sakumo came to be known as the Konoha's White Fan during the Second Shinobi World War and later became the Jonin commander. Fugaku made himself known to the world during the Third Shinobi World War and became the feared Wicked Eye. Takuma unconsciously straightened up as he heard the illustrious names and titles. He had lived in this world long enough to know of the illustrious shinobi and their war accomplishments. It's obvious that most shinobi would be averse to wars due to the danger, but those who embrace it and survive are showered with rewards for their contribution. Make a mark, make yourself known, and they won't have a choice but to promote you. If you return to the police force after the war, even Sayuri will have no choice but to treat you fairly and respectfully, said Makoto. There's a golden opportunity in front of you, it's up to you if you want to grab it. After Makoto left, her words were the only thing Takuma had on his mind for a very long time. Chapter 166, Help from Makoto. More time passed, and Takuma's physical status continued to improve until he was back in combat-worthy condition. Clang! 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 Takuma launched a volley of shuriken, but they were matched 1-to-1 by an opposing volley of shuriken. The shuriken had barely fallen when Mariboshi rushed Takuma, who equipped his kunai and charged ahead. The shinobi met head-on, two kunais scraping against each other, creating a harsh noise. Takuma sprang a palm strike at Mariboshi's chest with his free hand. Mariboshi grabbed the arm before it could hit and stabbed his kunai down at Takuma's shoulder. Takuma sidestepped the kunai and retaliated by flinging his own kunai up at Mariboshi's face at an inhuman speed with a wrist flick that Mariboshi evaded with a simple head tilt. He clenched his hand into a fist as chakra rushed forth and aimed for the liver. Mariboshi smiled with his patent ho-ho chuckle and tapped Takuma's elbow to derail the punch trajectory completely. The tap was so powerful that Takuma had to clench his core to prevent himself from spinning around. He gritted his teeth and grabbed Mariboshi's arm to disarm him of his kunai and succeeded in twisting the wrist to release the grip. Mariboshi did nothing to stop the disarm. Instead, he raised his other arm and thrashed Takuma's head with an elbow strike. Takuma felt his head churn and his neck snap down painfully. He stumbled back, shook his head, and charged back at Mariboshi with a growl. Mariboshi kicked the ground, and his dropped kunai sprang up, which he then kicked toward Takuma, who, when moving to dodge, felt a twinge in his hip. He was a moment late, and the kunai left a very faint tear on his sleeve. Takuma leaped to the sky and cocked his arm back into a fist. Mariboshi swiftly jumped away to evade. The fist shattered the ground, leaving a small crater around the point of impact. When Takuma stood up, Mariboshi was only a step away with his leg raised. Takuma crossed his arms and was sent flying back from the powerful impact. Mariboshi didn't let off the pressure and dashed towards Takuma. The moment Takuma touched the ground, Mariboshi was already there with his next attack ready. Takuma blocked a punch and caught an elbow strike, but Mariboshi smashed his head into Takuma's. Surprisingly, Takuma wasn't shaken. He whipped out a kick for Mariboshi's knee. It was a solid hit, giving Takuma a hold of the momentum. He immediately pushed on aggressively with a barrage of hits with augmentations mixed in. Mariboshi fell back on defense with dodges and blocks without any signs of any counters. Your augmented strikes are stronger than the last time we spared, Mariboshi said. He then caught Takuma's augmented punch with his hand and pushed him away before cocking back his fist. Takuma put his hand forth to catch Mariboshi's fist just as he had done, but the moment the fist made contact with the palm, Takuma felt an overwhelming force slam into him. This wasn't an augmentation. Takuma knew what that felt like. This was pure physical force. As Takuma shifted his posture to direct the force better, his knee buckled, and he was forced to kneel. He immediately jumped back when the force passed, but Mariboshi was faster. When Takuma stood up, Mariboshi grabbed his shoulder and pushed him down into an upward knee strike. Takuma felt the air escape his lungs. It wasn't a feeling he missed. He fell to the ground with pain radiating from his ribs. "Get up," said Mariboshi. Takuma spat the grass out of his mouth as he stood up. "You are slow," said Mariboshi. "And you are weaker without augmentations." He saw Takuma's hand on his lower back. "Are you not completely healed, young Takuma?" "No, I'm healed. My body is just stiff and unresponsive. I need to train to bring it back to speed," Takuma groaned. His lower back was stiff, his hip lost strength when he pushed it, and his leg got tired too quickly. Take care of your body, it is one of the most valuable tools a shinobi possesses. I know, said Takuma before gargling a mouthful of water to get rid of the raw taste of the grass from his mouth. Takuma passed the canteen to Mariboshi and gazed at his teacher for a moment before taking out a folded letter and handing it to Mariboshi. "What might this be?" Mariboshi asked as he opened the letter. "Conscription? They are asking you to join the conflict in the land of hot waters." He looked up at Takuma. "Uchiha Mikoto thinks it's a good opportunity. War is where shinobi are made, she says." And she is right, Mariboshi handed the letter back. "It's also where shinobi end." That much was obvious, it was a war, after all. "It seems my career in the police force is over, at least for now," Takuma explained his situation to Mariboshi. "She thinks participating in the war is the best way for me to gain a rank promotion." "The Chunin exams of today didn't exist in my time," said Mariboshi. "Before the Third War, the hidden villages used to conduct the examinations for their own Chunin. Before I decided that I did not want to be a Chunin, I was aiming for a field promotion like you. So, my personal experience won't help you, but I can tell you what I have observed from other Chunin." According to Mariboshi, because the Chunin exams were hosted in turn by the 5 great hidden villages, most Chunin didn't go to the foreign countries as that meant incurring travel expenses and a time period, they couldn't do missions, and even the basic guaranteed salary was put on hold while they were traveling outside of the village. Most Chunin couldn't afford that. Young shinobi weren't known for their money management skills. Need more money? Do more missions. When it was hosted in the home village, most Chunin didn't take the Chunin exam seriously and treated it as a way to luck into being Chunin. If a Chunin wanted to succeed at the Chunin exam, they needed to be extremely serious, and even then, the chance was low as the competition was on another level. The best of the best from shinobi villages around the lands gathered in a single competition. Then, because of the examination's ever-changing format, some teams might suffer disadvantages depending upon the format. Not to mention, to get a chance at a rank promotion, a genin needed a resume to support the promotion. Most genin didn't work on their resume, so even if they somehow performed well, they wouldn't get promoted until they accumulated sufficient achievements. Performing well in the Chunin exam was always a positive, as a positive result could be added to the resume, but for maximum chance, all the preparation needed to be done before participation. "Do you think I should ask Mikoto to cancel my conscription order and aim for the next Chunin exam?" asked Takuma. "You can't base your decision upon my words, young Takuma," Mariboshi said. "I know, but I still want to know what you will have me do." Mariboshi sighed and didn't reply immediately. "I believe your time will be better spent participating in the war." Mariboshi paused. "When you were in the academy, I thought you lacked the talent. I believed if you worked hard, you could reach the Chunin rank, but that would be it." Takuma was stunned at the words. The Mariboshi he knew always encouraged him to strive for the best, to pursue constant improvement, but now he was saying that Takuma's development was limited. "I was wrong," Mariboshi smiled. "You have grown faster than I had expected, young Takuma. So young, but you have already achieved an important leadership position in the police force at that. You are strong, resourceful, and dedicated to your job. I talked to your friends and some of your colleagues when you were in a coma. They all, without exception, told me that you worked too much and that you are extremely good at your job. You were demoted because you were too good and elevated your position until it could not be handled by someone in your rank. Takuma would have felt flattered if all of the work he had put in, all the sacrifice he had made to his personal life, had not led to him being removed from the place he had built with his 2 hands. When including the solo research he had done on the Myco Triad, he had spent an entire year of his life building the Narcotics Task Force. All of that was stolen from him because of clan politics in which he had no standing. Preparing for the Chunin exam will take time and effort. You will have to find people for your team, you will have to train with them, and create a functional rapport. I'm sure you know how difficult that can be when you don't have the right people. Moreover, you will be stuck in the police force for the next 8 months. I'm assuming you will not be actively contributing any longer. Fuck no, Takuma spat. If he were going to be forced to work in the Narcotics Task Force after being so rudely demoted, he would not put in hours anywhere near he did before. Language, child, Mariboshi chided. Then you will be wasting a great portion of your day doing something you do not want to do. Why not put all that time and effort to better use? I wholeheartedly believe that you can not only better help the village by participating in the war but also help yourself better. Why dedicate time to something that will mostly become irrelevant after the Chunin exams when you can gain essential experience that will always stay with you? The only downside I can see is the danger that comes with the war. But you are a shinobi, that sort of danger will become regular if you continue to rise in rank. Takuma had been living in the world that his sensibilities had long since adapted. It would have been strange if a relative of his suggested participating in a war when he had a choice not to, but in this world, a war was perhaps simply a big career opportunity. Take your time to think about it, young Takuma. Wars are pretty, but you learn a lot that you can't learn anywhere else, said Mariboshi. It was something Takuma had been thinking about since his talk with Makoto, and he had grown tired of it. Every day, the option to go to war became more appealing because of what it could mean for his career, and now, with Mariboshi's words, that appeal had only increased. The only thing stopping him from making the decision was the Uchiha massacre and his initial plan to stick it out, but even then it started to become doubtful. As time passed, Takuma began to doubt his blind estimates of the Uchiha massacre. What if it wasn't close, and instead, it was still a year out or even more? With each passing day, Takuma became less and less certain about whether his plan was viable, and now it was barely hanging by a thread because of how long it had been in the back of his head. Takuma sighed. It was so often he wished he had just committed to the series and watched the anime, or at least, read the manga one more time to remember more about the events in the story. There was no use lamenting something he couldn't change. But he knew he had to make a decision. So he did. He was going to participate in the war. Chapter 167, Broke Batman Takuma. The sound of a walking cane was something Takuma hoped never became a permanent part of his life. He looked at the cane in his hand and sighed. He was fit enough to fight, but his leg was still weak. Takuma could no longer feel any difference and hadn't once leaned on the cane, but Dr. Oichi had ordered him to carry it in case he needed it. The past month had been the most difficult for Takuma. As a shinobi, he was very particular about his body. Not being able to move in the way he wanted was more restricting than anything else Takuma had ever experienced. The experience also made Takuma realize how much he had changed from his former self. In his previous life, he wasn't physically active other than commuting and whatever sports his friends played in the evenings. He didn't ever join a gym in college, nor did he seriously pursue a sport in school. But these days, he felt restless if he didn't do enough training every day, and it wasn't just because of remaining at his peak physical condition. He enjoyed the feeling of slowly improving his physical capabilities. It had become a part of his life. He never took charge of group projects or tried to have a leadership position in the school or college. He never even joined a club or community. He didn't feel comfortable being in charge, juggling people's opinions, or being a moderator who could keep the group focused towards achieving a common goal. But after working in the Narcotics Task Force, he didn't think of leading as something bothersome. He enjoyed the feeling when a team worked in unity. And the Narcotics Task Force was his baby. He was personally invested that it would produce the best results possible. He was a better man than before. Someone his parents would be proud of. Alas, they would never witness this improvement. Takuma stopped in front of a building and looked at the plainly designed building, which had the highest levels of security in the Hidden Leaf. He was going to war, which meant he wouldn't be in the village for who knows how long. It was time to invest in some new jutsu. It was late in the evening, and Takuma was at home. He had a little more than a week before he had left the village, and he needed to take care of stuff at home before leaving. He had to pack all of his stuff and store it in a storage unit. Because he was leaving for at least several months, he decided not to keep renting his apartment while he was away. The landlord didn't make any fuss about it. His value as a tenant had dropped like a brick after the assassination attempt. His security deposit too had evaporated. There was a lot of work to do in very little time. He was glad that he didn't have to go to work. The bell rang as Takuma was packing up his furniture, wondering if he should sell the bigger stuff. He walked to the door and looked through the spy hole to see AI standing in front of the apartment. Now, this is a pleasant surprise, Takuma smiled as he opened the door. AI was about to say something but stopped as her eyes went to the kunai in Takuma's hand. She sighed. Takuma shrugged and invited her inside. Packing already, huh? AI said upon seeing the cardboard boxes. My house used to be barren when I was in the academy. I don't know when I bought so many things, said Takuma. Only after he started to think about packing did he realize how much stuff he owned. So, what do you want to drink, hot or cold? Just water will do, said AI. I'm not staying. I just came to drop your things. My stuff? Takuma said as he walked out of the kitchen, only to stop when he saw his clothes on the day of the assassination attempt. I thought the hospital got rid of them. AI had returned his wallet with his essential identification cards, but he thought the other stuff was disposed of. The hospital staff asked me to return it to you. They forgot they had it stored somewhere, said AI. Thank you. Takuma picked up the transparent package with his belongings. It was heavy because of the chainmail undershirt. What are you going to do with them? AI asked. I don't know, he said. When AI left, Takuma stopped packing and sat before the package. After staring at it for a while, he opened the package and took the clothes in his hands. They were in tatters, and the blood had turned into dried stains. The chainmail undershirt was damaged as well. I had that one for a while, too, Takuma murmured. He put them aside and reached for his weapons pouch. Because he was going to war, he had replaced his entire gear with the highest quality one he could afford. But his old weapons pouches were with him for a very long time, and because he knew how to sew and work with leather, he had customized them to his preferences. The new ones didn't have those modifications yet. Takuma emptied a pouch and turned it inside out to look at his old stitching. They were the work of a novice. He could do it so much better now. The thought brought a smile to his face. Takuma reached for the next pouch only to pause as he stared at it in his hands. The pouch wasn't his. Then it struck him. This is no #4s, he gasped and immediately started to look through. There were some ground spikes, a couple remaining shuriken, and a small dagger. Takuma pushed everything aside and observed the pouch and everything in it for a clue, and he found a couple of things that attracted his attention. First was the small dagger. The dagger was pitch black from the tip to butt except for the sharpened edges. It wasn't a standard issue shinobi dagger, it had a unique design. He checked but couldn't find a blacksmith's touch mark. The second point of interest was the pouch itself. The flap on the pouch had a snap button on it, but the stitching used to fix the button was needlessly complex. There was a star pattern around the button, which was clearly the maker's mark. I need to turn this in. But as Takuma finished the sentence, his thoughts changed. It had been more than a month since the police force had lost the assassins' bodies, and they hadn't made any progress since then. The anger and irritation from the lack of progress had ruined his mood every time he thought about it, which was every day. Takuma stared down at the pouch and the dagger. He knew what he was going to do tomorrow. The first thing the next day, Takuma entered a dinky little shop far away from the main street. The location was terrible for a business, but Takuma was a regular customer. Boss! Takuma yelled the moment he entered. Yeah, wait up. Takuma rested his cane against the counter and waited for a couple of minutes before a man dripping with sweat came out from the back room. He had dark tan skin and short hair with gray streaks on the side. Oh, Takuma. Another order so soon, said the man as he wiped his forehead with a towel. The boss was a weaponsmith Takuma used for his weapons needs because of the lower prices than any other shop in the city. One would think that because of the price advantage, the shop would be near the main street, but the reason behind the low prices was that the boss didn't have a weaponsmith license and didn't pay sales tax to the government, which brought the prices down. Takuma was introduced to the boss and his shop during his early days in the ring, and he had been a repeat customer ever since. He had even placed an order recently to replace all the gear he thought had been disposed of. Not today, boss. I was wondering if you could help me with something else today. Takuma put down the dagger and weapons pouch on the counter. Can you tell me who made these? The boss put on his glasses and picked up the dagger. He studied the dagger from top to bottom for a while. He even tested the knife by throwing it on a random wooden board on his walls, which scared the crap out of Takuma. It's expertly made. Masterful craftsmanship. Whoever made these have decades of experience. Really? I didn't notice anything special, said Takuma. The boss chuckled. That's the point, isn't it? A weapon that feels nothing but right in the hand so the shinobi can focus on the enemy ahead. He placed the dagger down. I can't tell right now, but if you give me some time, I might be able to tell you. If this was made in the Hidden Leaf, I might be able to find out, but if it's from outside the village, don't expect I will be able to get anything. Takuma was fine with that, as long as he got anything, that would be a new lead he could follow. The boss took the weapons pouch as well. Just, be careful, okay, said Takuma. Those belong to one of the assassins. Oh my, boss looked at Takuma in surprise before laughing. Don't worry, boy. I will be careful. Takuma nodded. Takuma visited the boss again a couple of days later. Couldn't find who makes these, boy. Takuma sighed. He knew it was a long shot. Thank you for looking, he said. But I did find something. Boss put the dagger on the table. The hilt was removed from the blade, revealing the tang. See this? He pointed at the tang. Stamped into the metal was the shape of a tree, roots and all. This is the smith's touch mark. If you find the smith who uses this touch mark, you might be able to find who bought this dagger. This is good. This is really good, boss, Takuma smiled. Really? I mean, a lot of smiths use some version of leaf and tree as their touch mark in the Hidden Leaf. You might not be able to find the one who uses this one. That's the thing. Some version of leaf and tree as their touch mark in the Hidden Leaf, which there's a great possibility that whoever made it is in the Hidden Leaf. That cuts down the search radius drastically, said Takuma. Boss smiled. The police force has ruined you, boy. I won't go out looking for this, but if I come across this touch mark, I will tell you. That's more than what I can ask you, boss, Takuma nodded. He felt great. This was a lead. A promising one at that. If he could find the weaponsmith, that could lead him to who ordered the hit. But there was a problem. Takuma frowned. He had less than a week before he had to leave for the war and a lot of stuff to take care of. He simply didn't have the time to investigate. He needed help. Takuma sighed. It was time to turn to the proper authorities. Chapter 168, New Jutsus. Takuma observed the people on the road from the rooftop cafe, sipping on a large glass of cold lemonade. There were only 4 more days before he had to leave the village for the journey to the land of hot waters. He had made it his mission to enjoy the delicacies of his hometown before he was shipped off to war for who knew how long. He had done his packing, and 2 days before his deployment, all of his belongings sans the stuff he had sold off would be shipped off to a storage unit, and he would surrender the keys to his apartment to the landlord before moving into Masaki, Nenro, and AI's shared house as a guest. In the next few days, he had planned to meet a number of people before he left. His visit to the cafe was for that very reason. He was meeting someone. Takuma felt someone looking at him. He looked to the side to see the waiter pointing him out to Kano. He raised his hand, and Kano walked right over. "The cold drinks here are good. You should try some," Takuma said as Kano sat down. "You should have come to the office," said Kano. "Should I order you something?" Takuma looked at her before sighing. "I don't have enough self-control to walk into that building and contain my anger. I prefer doing it here where I don't feel the urge to bash some faces in." Kano was wearing her red shades so Takuma couldn't study her eyes, but he had known her long enough to understand that she wouldn't be offended by his words, which were obviously aimed at her clan members. But he also knew that she wasn't going to apologize for the clan and office politics, which had led to him being removed from his station. "Did you bring my rewards?" asked Takuma. Kano nodded and placed a storage scroll on the table. Takuma opened it and weaved hand seals. "They are real," Kano sighed. Takuma ignored her and released the Fuan seal from multiple scarlet scrolls to appear on the table. The puff of smoke startled the civilians on other tables. Takuma ignored them and opened every scroll to check the contents. "It does seem that way," Takuma muttered as he continued to check. The police force was in a delicate position after the assassination attempt. One of their officers was attacked at his home, and then they had lost the assassins' bodies. On top of that, they had managed to anger Takuma by booting him from his team. They were concerned by their recruitment program, which was still in its infancy, if Takuma, who was in the first recruitment batch and was by far the most successful, decided to badmouth the police force. They needed top talent in the police force to maintain the legacy, and Takuma's words could have a snowball effect. They were scared that if Shinobi started to think the police force didn't care if one of their outside recruits almost got assassinated and had even demoted him. So, after Takuma decided to accept his conscription, the police force extended a reward for his excellent service. Takuma understood the situation and recognized the hush money for keeping his mouth shut. Takuma wanted to badmouth the police force from the rooftops to placate some of his anger, but after giving it a rational thought, he decided to take the reward. He asked for Jutsu scrolls. Scrolls of C-rank Jutsu and above couldn't be taken out of the Jutsu archives, and if a shinobi wished to study a Jutsu they had purchased, they had to go to the archives to look at the scrolls. The scrolls had intensive information written on them with dozens of references to research papers, and because no stationery was allowed inside, copying the scrolls from memory was a chore. There was a niche black market for Jutsu scrolls, but the discounted price wasn't enough for the risk. Both the police force and ANBU had a no-tolerance policy for the illegal trade of Jutsu scrolls with extremely high punishments. Takuma's ask was simple. He wanted C-rank Jutsu scrolls he could own. It wasn't an impossible ask. Bigger shinobi clans had their own Jutsu archives and were known to distribute scrolls to their members. He was going to a conflict-filled foreign land and thus was losing his ability to visit a Jutsu archive. He wanted personal scrolls he could study at his leisure. Takuma understood that even though the reward was from the police force, he was actually dealing with the Uchiha clan. And there were not many things the Uchiha couldn't do in the Hidden Leaf. As he had expected, they agreed. At first, Takuma had wanted them to foot the bill of the Jutsu he wanted, but they had outright refused with no room for negotiation when they heard how many Jutsu Takuma wanted. Takuma, very unwillingly, had come down to buying the scroll at a small discount from the Uchiha clan. The sale of Jutsu scrolls of C-rank Jutsu and above was banned. Even the clans couldn't do it, they were only allowed to distribute scrolls to their members. So, the deal was highly illegal. But that was what made it binding. If Takuma broke his side of the agreement, the Uchiha clan would screw him by sticking charges against him. And even though they had sold the scrolls to him, they were the Uchiha clan, they were the police force, they were big enough to get out of it with a slap on the wrist, something Takuma couldn't do. Everything checks out, Takuma smiled as he put the scrolls away. Now, on to why I specially asked for you to deliver the scrolls. I was curious about that as well, said Kano. Takuma took out no #4's weapon pouch. It had everything, including the small dagger inside. This is the fourth assassin's weapons pouch, the one you guys didn't know existed until I told you about it, said Takuma. Kano stared at the pouch in surprise. I didn't have enough weapons that day, so I pulled it off his body after I killed him. Why didn't you give this to us before? Because it was with the hospital until now. Takuma sighed, and my memories of the fight have gaps in it. I didn't remember that I had taken it until I saw it. He was too injured that day and even kicked in the head. Takuma remembered the fight, but some particulars escaped him. It was frustrating, but Dr. Oichi said that his memories would return eventually, but if he wanted something fast, a Yamanaka could help. Takuma had no intention of opening his mind to a Yamanaka. Take out the black dagger from inside, said Takuma. It's broken? Kano asked as she held the separated blade and hilt. I removed the hilt. There is a smith's touch mark on the tang. Kano looked. We can track it. This is a great lead. She stopped and looked up at Takuma. You had no intention of giving this to us if you weren't going to the war, did you? Takuma shrugged. You guys lost the bodies. I looked around but couldn't find a weaponsmith with that touch mark. But the tree motif indicates that the smith might be in the village. The special stitching on the pouch flap is also an avenue you should pursue. Anything else? Asked Kano. You can't expect me to do all the work. Kano put the pouch away. I heard you refused to be there when Yakumi officially took charge of the narcotics task force. You know Yakumi is just doing his job, she said. My job, said Takuma, sternly. Don't you think the rest of the team would have felt better if you were there for a smooth change of command? Takuma didn't answer that one, not even a quip. Kano sighed as she stood up. Be safe out there. Wars like this one can be complex. Follow your commander's orders, and stay out of trouble. Let's have a drink when you return. All right, said Takuma. Kano nodded before leaving. His gaze followed her until she was gone. Takuma looked at the lemonade. The ice had already melted away with the condensation heavy outside the glass. Sitting on a park bench with his cane sitting on the side as he fed bread to a flock of pigeons made Takuma feel old and slow. It was a strangely uncomfortable feeling, but he already had a loaf from the nearby bakery because he had come to the meeting early and had nothing to do. He was meeting a lot of people, but he didn't especially want to do this one. Unfortunately, it was an important one. Is that cane going to stick? Takuma didn't glance at the bench behind him. He could recognize Inomoto's voice everywhere. I don't think I can pull off a cane as a fashion statement, said Takuma. I must say, I'm disappointed to hear that you are leaving. I doubted our agreement would last long, but then you started to produce results and I started to dream, said Inomoto. That's new, Takuma chuckled. Well, adding to the confidence, I thought I would continue on for at least a couple more years. Alas, you put your cart behind a horse with a short race life. At least, they aren't putting you down after you fractured your foot. Well, you might soon die in the war. Really? I mean, someone did try to take me out. Takuma threw the last piece of bread to the birds. You wouldn't happen to know who was behind that little prank, would you? Why would I try to kill my gold-laying goose? The goose died in the fable. Well, I'm not a colossal moron. Because it was you, I looked into it, but whoever it was, they didn't leave any clues behind. That they didn't. Well, if you're leaving, that means my commissions from the ring also stops. God. I will miss the returns on my investment, said Inomoto. I do have a question though. Did you meet me first or did you make time for Sango before me? Takuma smiled. I came to you first. I value our relationship. Ah, that's sweet. But I like to leave the best for the last. There it is. The conversation died as soon as it had started. Takuma and Inomoto weren't close. They were business partners connected through mutual benefit. Without that, they had no reason to associate with each other. Do you perhaps have a recommendation for a possible replacement? Inomoto asked. Well, I can refer my team to you, but I fear that they would invite you to stay permanently. Ah, that's too much hospitality for me. Takuma had no intention to give Inomoto's information to the narcotics task force. Inomoto was his asset. They would need to work with the informants the team had built since their inception, which wasn't going to be pretty. The narcotics task force was still new. Right now, Takuma didn't care about how much effort he had put into building up the narcotics task force. He couldn't care less if Yakumi burnt the thing to the ground. The feeling would pass, he was sure, but he wasn't mature enough to settle his feelings quickly. I figured that. You will either have to be satisfied with your current position or find a new way to trim down your competition, he said. Being satisfied doesn't seem satisfying. Inomoto stood up. Don't go dying in the war. Maybe we can work together when you come back. I wouldn't be so sure about that, Takuma replied. Inomoto's footsteps stopped. He said, You never know. In the life we live, you never know what's going to happen. Takuma stood up as well, and for the first time in the conversation, he turned to look at Inomoto. Inomoto. If I ever find that you were behind the assassins, I am going to kill you. Inomoto stopped walking again and turned. He smiled. I don't think you'll be able to pull that off successfully, Jinin. In this life we live, you never know what's going to happen, said Takuma. Truer words haven't been said, Inomoto smiled before walking away. Chapter 169, Goodbyes. Takuma stared at the class of children running an obstacle course. There were the few in the lead, competing against each other, the large middle pack, and the small group in the back, making up a trail. He was once in a similar situation, but it seemed so far away in the past that it looked alien to him. Thanks for meeting me here, said Irika, standing beside him. It's okay. Sorry, I couldn't find free time in the evening. Takuma smiled at Irika before returning his gaze to Irika's academy class. If it were only a couple of weeks back, Takuma would have refused to set foot in the Shinobi Academy while classes were in session. He had zero desire to see Irika's class of students. But Takuma was going away for war, and when Irika asked to meet him, he agreed to meet him in the academy because Takuma had no free time in the evening. He wanted to see how the future of the Hidden Leaf was doing before he went away, which was why he had set up the meeting so that Irika couldn't take him to a meal during the lunch break. He figured just seeing them from afar while he conversed with his old Chunin leader wouldn't be strange. I didn't think you would be conscripted with your position in the narcotics task force, said Irika. Neither did I, but here we are, said Takuma as he looked at the yellow-haired ball of energy in the front of the pack. The whiskered kid was athletically superior but lacked in dexterity, which made him lag behind the onyx-haired leader after every complex obstacle, though he seemed to be trying his best to be in the first position. My superiors in the police force said it would be good for me to take some time off from my duties before they relieve me of my duties. War is not taking some time off. It will be a change of scenery for sure. Takuma looked to Irika. How is teaching suiting you? Is it everything you imagined and more? Irika chuckled as if he had heard a joke. Not at all. These kids, with their ungodly energy, can be nightmares if I don't handle them properly. They are a hassle and a half on a good day. He smiled, but it is indeed more than I imagined. These children are so much better when I was their age. Takuma knew that feeling. He had a cousin in middle school who was just so much smarter than him when he was that age. Kids were generally always smarter. That cane is worrisome, said Irika. Doctor's orders. Takuma glanced at the cane he had been carrying for the last month. He didn't want to admit it, but he still sometimes felt stiffness in his lower back. It was improving every day, and even though Takuma didn't use the cane, it did give him a sense of safety. In situations like yours, the most important thing is the commanding shinobi under whom you will be serving. Did they give you a name? Asked Irika. Yes, they did. In fact, I just got the information earlier today, Takuma said. One Jonin Toradesu Kasori. Any idea who that is? Can't say I do. But if it's a Jonin, he will have Chunin under his command. You will probably be assigned to one of those Chunin. Irika glanced at Takuma. Are you nervous? He smiled. Shouldn't I be? Takuma rolled his eyes. His relationship with his commanding shinobi and his peers was crucial. He didn't want a repeat of his initial days in the organized crime. It had taken a long time to get the people to warm up to him. And unlike the well-protected police force headquarters, his new place was a conflict-torn border. He couldn't afford a rocky start. Act and perform like when you were working under me, and you will be just fine. They will be lucky to have an asset like you, said Arika. Your versatility will shine much better there than it ever did when you were working the same few types of C-rank missions under me. I hope so, said Takuma. So, that's the Jinchuriki, huh? Yes. And how is that side of things going? Arika sighed. It's as you said. He's the jailer, and he is just a dumb kid. Takuma was relieved to hear that. He would have shit bricks on the spot if Arika told him that he hated Naruto. Oh no, what now? Arika muttered. Takuma followed Arika's eyes to see Uzumaki Naruto running towards them with a heavy frown. Arika-sensei. Tell the jerk that I won the race, Naruto yelled. The jerk in question was Uchiha Sasuke, who followed after Naruto with a relaxed walk. Unlike the Sasuke he had read about, the kid in front of Takuma was different. Sasuke was an aloof kid, but he lacked the coldness one would gain from a certain traumatic experience. He will gain that soon. Takuma shuddered that thought faster than it had come up. Sasuke spoke, even an idiot like you should be able to tell that the one crossing the line first is the winner. This wasn't a race, Arika sighed. The young teacher looked like he was already tired. I wasn't looking, so I couldn't tell who won, so let's just leave it at that. Yeah. That's not fair. Naruto pouted. Sasuke didn't say anything, but you could see the crease between the boy's brows. No decision meant Sasuke couldn't concretely claim he was the first. I was watching, said Takuma. All three sets of eyes locked onto him. Arika had a pleading look, asking him to stop. Naruto looked outwardly immensely interested, while Sasuke's eyes held a subtle interest. Both of you crossed the finish line at the same time. It was a draw, said Takuma. As Takuma expected, neither looked satisfied. So, Takuma took out the secret weapon he had prepared before coming to a school full of children. Here you go, a reward for completing the course. Takuma handed each of them a chocolate each. What child didn't like sweets? The effect was immediate. Naruto jumped in giddiness as he opened the foil. Sasuke hesitated for a moment before picking up the chocolate from Takuma's palm, joy in his eyes. Thank you, said Sasuke. What are you doing here, Mr. Takuma? Takuma had been visiting Makoto's house 5 times a week, and it was natural that he would have some level of interaction with his teacher's family. Because of the meeting time and that they met during the weekdays, Takuma had close to no interaction with Fugaku, who was at work. As for Itachi, the number of times Takuma had talked to him could be counted on one hand. The ANBU shinobi wasn't home often, but when he was, Itachi stayed away while his mother was conducting lessons. Sasuke was the family member Takuma had the most interaction, but it wasn't a lot. Much like his brother, Sasuke considered Makoto and Takuma's lessons as something not to be disturbed, and the little boy was very well behaved. Takuma and Sasuke had only exchanged small talk occasionally, but nothing else. Your Arika-sensei here was my commanding shinobi before he became your teacher. I came to talk to him, said Takuma. Mother told me you got injured on a mission. Is that why you haven't been coming to the house? Asked Sasuke. Takuma smiled. There was no need to tell a kid someone had tried to assassinate him. Yes, I had a bit of a tumble. He raised his cane. I'm all right now. Not good as your teacher here, though. Arika shook his head with a small smile. Takuma then noticed Naruto staring at him. He had chocolate around his mouth. Is something wrong? He asked. Naruto narrowed his eyes at Takuma before his brows went up. Ah! You're the big bro who gave me the chocolate. Naruto shouted while he pointed at Takuma. Naruto! It's rude to point, Arika rebuked. Takuma was surprised. He didn't think Naruto would remember. It was more than a year away, and they talked barely for a few minutes. That was like a lifetime away in kids' time. You met Naruto? Irika looked surprised. Ah yes, we crossed paths a while ago, Takuma said as he gazed at Naruto. What's your name, big bro? Naruto asked abruptly. The memory of him telling Naruto to ask his name the next time flashed past Takuma's mind. My name is Takuma. He took out the bag of chocolate from his bag and handed it to Naruto. Here you go, share it with the rest of the class. He turned to Sasuke. Will you make sure everyone gets one, Sasuke? The two kids ran away to the rest of the class. A big bag full of chocolate was probably the most exciting thing to them right now. You never told me that you met him? Irika said. I had forgotten, to be honest, Takuma lied. I met him the same day you told me about my transfer to the police force. I didn't know he was the Jinchuriki when I met him. I mean, it's not like I knew what he looked like. I was just consoling a sad orphan. Takuma felt Irika's gaze on him. He did not feel guilty lying to Irika. You should get out of the narcotics task force before it gets bad, Takuma said before stuffing his face with a big piece of fried chicken. Arisu, who was sitting across from him, raised her brow. Are you saying that because you were kicked out or because you're looking out for me? I'm afraid I can't tell right now. He had invited Arisu out for dinner before he left. He wanted to thank her for all the support she had given him since day one of joining organized crime. Why not both? I won't give up my informant, so the performance will plummet after the team runs out of the current investigations. You should leverage your position into something promising, like getting assigned directly under a Jonin. Let the narcotics task force be a stepping stone. Diversify and whatnot. What if I think the team can continue at the same level without you? First, I will ask you to stop lying to yourself, Takuma smiled, but then I will say I'll be happy if you prove me wrong. If the team can continue working as usual, it will mean that we were able to develop an excellent team. You say. Give yourself more credit. The narcotics task force wouldn't exist if you didn't convince people to join. The team would have been me and Minoru, and we wouldn't have made it out of the first trial month. That's true. You would be nothing without me, Arisu smiled as though pleased with herself. Takuma simply smiled. You know I never asked you this, but why aren't you participating in the Chunin exams? Asked Takuma. I think most people in our batch are going for it. And it's not like you're like Taro, who didn't go for it because he was lazy. I don't think I'm ready yet, said Arisu. I'm in no rush to advance the ranks. I want to take some more time to learn before I start trying diligently. There's no use half-heartedly when I'm not ready. Takuma put his chopsticks down for a moment. Chunin is a leadership position. You have been managing a team for a while now, and you have done it with great success. I personally think you're ready for the exams if you want to, but if you want to take time, sure, go ahead. He paused for a moment as he picked his chopsticks back. And well, you're a Fuma. If you do well, you will be promoted through the police force. You had to say it, didn't you? Arisu narrowed her eyes. It's not my fault that I'm from a clan. Takuma shrugged and winked. Hey, your family background is a resource. It will be a waste not to use it. I would have if I had it. A good shinobi uses all the tools in his repertoire. Arisu sighed and said no more. Takuma raised his hand to order more food. He had been stuffing his face for the past few days, and today would be no different. They eventually came out of the restaurant. Takuma took in a deep breath and enjoyed the cool air. The weather was nice enough that he wanted to take a walk and was about to ask Arisu if she would like to accompany him when she called out to him. Takuma turned to face her, and even though he was a trained shinobi with excellent reflexes, he couldn't react when Arisu leaned forward to kiss him. It was a chaste kiss that barely lasted a couple of seconds, but Takuma froze up like an ice block. What was that? Takuma exclaimed. A parting gift, said Arisu, flustered, before immediately leaving with the body flicker jutsu no less. 1,000 thoughts rushed past Takuma's head as he tried to make sense of what had just happened, but he immediately shut them down. He did not want to think about it because he knew where his thoughts would eventually lead him. Screw the walk, he thought. Takuma now wanted to smoke some weed and knock himself to sleep. Chapter 170, Corruption. Are you nervous? Takuma looked up from the portable charcoal grill with chicken on its way to become delicious yakitori to Toru sitting across from him. It was Takuma's second last day in the village, and he was spending the evening with his friends. Because they were all busy people and it was a weeknight, and Takuma wanted a break from going out every day to meet people, he had bought his charcoal grill and a ton of meat they could cook on the roof of the trio's house. The evening was cool, and the company was merry. Nothing Takuma could ask for more from his last days in the village. Of course, Takuma replied, keeping his eyes on the meat. Unknown land, unknown people, unknown situation, everything about it makes me nervous. But I'm not averse to it all anymore. Now that it's decided, I'm focusing on what I'm going to do there. And what are you going to do there? Asked Nenro. Takuma shrugged. The first order of business is to get all cozy with my commanding officer. Nothing is more important than to get in the good graces of the person who can decide how my time in a foreign land will go. I just hope they're reasonable. That's my boy, Nenro smiled. Takuma chuckled. He recalled the conversation he once had with Nenro about how to get on a Chunin's team. It was only a few years back, but it seemed such a long time ago. I honestly can't see myself on the front lines, Taro commented. Neither can we, AI said. It's better if you stay behind a desk. Be honest with me, are they teaching you to torture people? Takuma asked with a sly grin. As I've already told you 100 times. That's not my department, said Taro. We know you're lying, said AI. Taro rolled his eyes. Masaki slathered the chicken with a special akimichi sauce. I don't think he has the stomach for it. Takuma smiled as he tended to the meat. The sound of his friends talking and quarreling was comforting. Who knew when would be the next time he would have this again? Why are you getting sentimental, you fool? Takuma? Takuma put on a smile as he raised his head. Yes? Those are done, said Masaki. Takuma looked down at the grill, and the meat he was tending was indeed done. He removed them from the heat and put them on the common plate. He handed the tongs to Nenro and stood up. I need to stretch my legs, he said while walking to the roof's edge, leaning against the railings as he gazed at the neighborhood. The scenery wasn't anything special as the building wasn't the tallest. At least the clear sky was full of stars. You don't want to leave, do you? Takuma glanced at Taro, who now stood beside him. Of course not, Takuma replied with an unintended intensity. Why the fuck would I ever want to leave the village to go to a war? Fuck, I should have dropped out of the academy when I still sucked. He took a deep breath to calm himself down and looked back at the grill. Masaki, AI, and Nenro were still chatting around the grill, unaware of his burst out. He sighed and returned back to gazing at the stars. You had the option to defer the conscription. Why didn't you do it? Asked Taro. Because of my stupid career. War achievements and whatnot, Takuma clicked his tongue. Would you have deferred if you had the chance? I'm offended you even need to ask. Takuma would have chuckled if he was in the mood. Taro was brutally honest with his desires when it came to work. Is your career worth it to actively put yourself in a dangerous position? Taro asked. I want to say no, but yeah, it's important. Ideally, it's supposed to be an unending cycle. The further I get, the more resources and opportunities one will have, and if you have those, you can use them to get further, which will get you more. An unending cycle. Yes, but only ideally, there's always an end. The reward of the cycle is strength and influence. I want them both. I want to get stronger, and I want to be someone influential. He was only half joking about dropping out of the academy. No matter how miserable his academy days were, somewhere deep within, he always held the dream that now that he possessed chakra, he would one day become a super shinobi. The delusion of being someone special. But the reality was different. To this day, he couldn't get rid himself of the feeling of being on a small raft in a vast, unpredictable ocean where one incident was enough to drown him. The feeling had only become worse since the assassination attempt. If he had known what he now knew, he would have dropped out of the academy if possible, lived a simple civilian's life, and lived his life to the fullest until his end, whenever that was. But that wasn't possible anymore. And he no longer wanted to be a civilian. Takuma liked the current version of himself. He felt competent and skillful. He had more confidence in himself than at any other moment of his life. His identity was now attached to being a shinobi. That's all he knew how to be. It was what he wanted to be better at. The payoff from improving at something was an addictive feeling. He felt good about himself. Being better than the next guy felt great. But by trying to progress, you're inviting more danger that comes with it. If you don't risk anything, you risk losing even more. Take the risk or lose the chance. Taro quirked his brow. Is that a shot at me? Takuma patted Taro's shoulder. Risk leads to greatness, my friend. I'm plenty great. That you are, my friend. That you are, Takuma smiled. Just having a friend hear him out vent to release the bottled-up tension was a luxury Takuma was glad to have. Now, my friends, what would you say if we were to indulge in some premium weed? Weren't you a police force officer? Asked AI. I was, a deeply corrupt one. Let's have some fun. You didn't have to come, you know, said Takuma. It was 5 in the morning, and the sun hadn't risen, but the sky had lightened. Because of Takuma's injuries and rehabilitation, his deployment had been delayed. His batch of deployed had already left, which was why Takuma was going to travel alone. I had to see you off, Mariboshi smiled. Takuma had to leave early in the morning because of the distance, routes, and rest stops. He aimed to arrive at the base a day before his reporting date and familiarize himself with the location and people. Well, I was wondering if you could do something for me, Takuma asked. Of course, child. What is it? Takuma took out a tiny scroll from his pack and gave it to Mariboshi. Can you give this to Uchiha Makoto? Please do it so she doesn't know who it came from. The scroll was a simple letter written with a typewriter, so his handwriting couldn't be traced, and he even ensured through multiple drafts that his writing style was significantly different. Out of everyone Takuma knew, Mariboshi was the most capable one for the task. Whatever is in this scroll, you don't want her to know it came from you? Mariboshi held the scroll up. Takuma nodded. May I know what it is inside? Takuma shook his head. It's better that you have no connection at all. You have to ensure that she or the Uchiha clan doesn't know that you were in any way involved. As far as she is concerned, the scroll one day made it into her hands, and trying to find the source ends up in a dead end. Can you do it? Asked Takuma. If Mariboshi refused, Takuma would stop in a town nearby. Use the transformation jutsu to change his appearance and then approach a kid on the street to mail the scroll to Makoto's home address from the post office in the town. This way, even if someone tracked down the kid, they would hit a dead end because the civilian kid wouldn't be able to see through a transformation jutsu. The problem was that it might not reach Makoto that way. Mariboshi could get it into her hands without a doubt. I will deliver this scroll, said Mariboshi. Thank you, Takuma smiled. I will leave now. Take care, my child. They shared a hug before Takuma stepped out of the iconic gates to the original Hidden Leaf before it was expanded outwards as the population needed more housing and infrastructure. With every step he took away from, the feeling of unease grew. He had left the Hidden Leaf plenty of times for hikes, wilderness stays, and missions, but this time, it was different. As he left, it hit him that he didn't have a home to return home to. He had been living with his friends as their guest for the past few days, but it was only then he realized that even if he turned back now, he wouldn't have a home to return. Not only that, he had also sold a lot of his furniture and belongings. His leave this time meant he wasn't returning for a few months at the least to a couple of years at most. No matter what, this was going to be the longest time he was going to leave the Hidden Leaf, a place Takuma considered to be his home and safe haven. Even after the assassination attempt, his opinion of Hidden Leaf hadn't changed. But now he was leaving that haven. Takuma wanted to stop and turn away, but he knew Mariboshi stood there and would see his hesitation. He couldn't let his teacher, the person he respected the most, see his weakness. He clenched his fists before raising his hands to weave hand seals for the body flicker jutsu. He pushed the discomfort away and pushed ahead. The feeling would go away when he left Hidden Leaf behind, thought Takuma. At least, he hoped it would. Chapter 171, Interlude. Mikoto sat in the room facing her garden as she spent her afternoon with a calm flower arrangement session. For the past year, her afternoons had been occupied with her lessons with Takuma, but since the incident 2 months ago, that had come to a stop, and her days had returned to what they were before Takuma was a daily guest in her home. But things had changed as well. Her sons had grown up. Itachi was no longer the child he was when Sasuke was born, and since his assignment to ANBU, her eldest son was never at home during the day. Sasuke, on the other hand, recently spent most of his weekends attending the clan training sessions with other Uchiha children. Today, though, Sasuke was out with his father. She knew what the father and son were doing. Sasuke's recent frustrations and the frequent absence of his usually never-ending energy worried her. It made her wonder if Fugaku, even herself, were putting too much pressure on their youngest by holding him to the same expectations set by Itachi. They were aware of how special Itachi was and that they couldn't compare him to other children, but no parent wanted to think that one of their children was in any way lesser than the other. Mikoto erased those thoughts and focused on the fragile flowers as she took a dainty pair of scissors to them. There were familiar footsteps in the hallway, and Mikoto looked to the side to see her husband turn the corner. "Sasuke?" she asked. "He went out to play," answered Fugaku. He then took out a scroll from his sleeves and handed it to her. "This came for you. There is no sender on it, but I checked for traps or jutsu, it has none." Mikoto received the scroll and was about to unroll it when Fugaku sat beside it. "Sasuke did it," he said. "He performed the great fireball jutsu today. The size of the flames and the intensity of heat, they were strong and powerful." Mikoto stared at her husband in surprise. His expressions were still stony as usual, but she could see the flecks of pride in his eyes and the slight tug on his lips that portrayed how he actually felt. "He did?" Mikoto put the scroll down. "Tell me more." She sat there smiling as Fugaku vividly described how Sasuke performed the jutsu that every Uchiha needed to master to be truly worth their clan name. Fugaku was full of pride that their son was an exemplary example of what their clan stood to be. "Shall we take him to his favorite restaurant today for dinner?" Mikoto asked. Fugaku nodded. His eyes then went to the flowers. He asked, "I heard your student left for his deployment." "Takuma?" "He did the day before yesterday." She sighed. "I still don't understand how Sayuri could let him go away to war. Wasn't he good at his job? He could have done good." She turned to her husband. "You could have placed him somewhere else. The police force didn't volunteer him for the war. The conscription order came from outside. They specifically asked for him. Someone must have heard about him and thought he would do well in the war. As you said, he was good at his job. If he were a Chunin, I would have agreed. But Takuma is a Genin," Mikoto sighed. "I wrote a letter to his commanding Jonin, asking him to treat Takuma fairly. It wasn't Takuma's fault that he was deployed late, which shouldn't be held against him. That was a nice thing to do. It seems you enjoyed his company. He is a perceptive child with a knack for genjutsu. He is intelligent and eloquent, if not a bit rigid with his imagination. I enjoyed our lessons. It's a pity that they had to end." She wasn't even able to explore Takuma's uncanny ability to snap out of genjutsu. If she knew their time together would be less than a year, she would have subjected him to more genjutsu to collect more information. I wonder if I enjoyed them so much because I got the opportunity to teach Jinjutsu I lost with Itachi. They are the same age, they would have graduated together if Itachi hadn't graduated early, said Makoto. Itachi only needed to be taught the basics, and he would take it from there on his own at an astonishing pace. She had never gotten to teach him anything for long. Where is Itachi? Fugaku asked. He went out shortly after you left with Sasuke. Itachi hadn't told her he was going out, but she sensed her son leaving the house. He might be ANBU, but she was a war-hardened jonin. Fugaku hummed. Makoto knew her husband had entered his brooding phase, and it was useless to snap him out of it before he naturally emerged from it. Fugaku loved their sons, but his relationship with Itachi was not what Fugaku would have liked to have. In Fugaku's eyes, Itachi's behavior of going out on his own with his life and spending more and more time in ANBU was akin to a child's rebellion, and Itachi's disinterest in clan matters was a bad behavior to be fixed. She turned her attention to the scroll addressed to her and rolled it open. The writing was mechanical, printed on the paper from a typewriter. The first few sentences were a simple introduction that the author was an observer who had come across some valuable information about the Uchiha clan and the immediate danger the clan was in. Makoto wanted to stop reading. Letters like these were not uncommon. People seemed to have overactive imaginations about conspiracies that they wished were taken seriously. But Makoto was curious as to why it wasn't sent to the police force, and even if it was addressed to her, what was the reason, when Fugaku was a better choice? As she continued to read, the claims in the letter were astounding and outlandish. The author claimed that the Danzo knew about the Uchiha's plan to overthrow the Hokage and his administration and would use that as an opportunity to wipe out the entire clan due to his hatred against the Uchiha. The author further claimed that the Hokage was aware of the Uchiha's plans as Shisui and her own son, Itachi, were working with the Hokage, and the Leaf Council, Danzo, emphasized the author, as double agents because Shisui and Itachi feared that the overthrow would fracture the village beyond return and would inevitably lead other villages to invade Hidden Leaf, leading to a fate similar to the Hidden Whirlpool. Makoto was about to dismiss the entire thing as a madman's rambling. The author's information wasn't exactly reliable. It was outdated because the Uchiha had abandoned their coup plans months ago, and their relationship with Hokage was on an upward positive trajectory, the best it had been in decades. She also didn't appreciate that the author was calling her son a traitor to the clan. But just before she burned the letter into ashes, she noticed a word that shouldn't have been there. Mangekyo Sharingan, she muttered out loud. The letter then claimed that Shisui had awakened his Mangekyo Sharingan, and Danzo was aware of the fact and wanted the eyes for himself. Mangekyo Sharingan was a well-guarded secret. There were only a handful of people across the lands who knew of its existence. And many who were aware of it only considered it to be a story made to enhance the legend of Uchiha Madara. Makoto and those who had progressed their Sharingan enough knew that Mangekyo Sharingan existed as it was engraved in the Uchiha tablet, but the clan had lost the information on how to achieve the eyes as no one had Sharingan advanced to decipher the Uchiha tablet, which only revealed its secret as an Uchiha progressed their Sharingan. What did you say? Fugaku, beside her, snapped out of his thoughts and looked at Makoto and her letter in surprise. This letter. She handed Fugaku the letter. We have to find where this letter came from, Fugaku said as he stood up. Just at that moment, a Uchiha shinobi landed in their garden and immediately knelt in front of them. My lord, Jonin Shisui was found dead. His body was found floating in a stream by civilian farmers. The man's voice cracked for a moment. From his body's condition, it seems he was in a combat. Out with it, Fugaku urged. Sir, his eyes are missing. Makoto's heart plunged as her eyes went to the scroll Fugaku had now crumpled within his first. Find Itachi, I want him at home as soon as possible, Makoto issued the order as she rose up. She turned to Fugaku, I'm bringing Sasuke home. You better find who sent that scroll and verify the information inside. Is something wrong? Fugaku and Makoto turned back to see Itachi standing in the hallway with Sasuke by his side. Itachi had his brows furrowed, perhaps sensing the sharp tension in the room, while Sasuke looked worried. Mom, said Sasuke. Sasuke, go in your room and do your homework, Fugaku spoke up before Makoto could say anything. Itachi, you're coming with me to the headquarters. Why? Asked Itachi. Fugaku's eyes glanced at Sasuke before he silently mouthed the words to Itachi. Shirsue's dead. Itachi's eyes widened. He looked stunned as if the world had ended, but the emotion disappeared as Itachi steadied himself not to let Sasuke feel anything was wrong. Makoto knew how close Itachi and Shirsue were. Itachi was a genius, which led adults to treat time as their peer. They treated him like an adult. Shirsue, on the other hand, treated Itachi like a younger brother. Shirsue was someone Itachi could look up to, someone he could rely on. Shirsue and Itachi's bond was something that transcended blood. Makoto pursed her lips. Come, Sasuke. I will help you with your homework. Your father and Itachi have some work to do. She stepped forward and took Sasuke's hand. Mom, did I do something wrong? Asked Sasuke. Of course not, my dear. Father just has some clan business with your brother, she said. Makoto turned to Itachi and placed her hand on his shoulder, transmitting all the warmth she could to her son. Itachi nodded to her. He knelt down in front of Sasuke with a smile and tapped his forehead with 2 fingers. Sorry, Sasuke. We will train someday later, he said with a smile. Itachi then disappeared with Fugaku. In the rush of things and shock of revelations, none noticed that Itachi's eyes had a hint of bloodshot, and if someone looked closely, the skin below his eyes were slightly red. Chapter 172, Great Changes. Takuma had been in the land of hot waters once, but he had only passed through the nation on his way to the land of frost. The journey was quite pleasant, even if he had nothing terrible memories of the destination. If Takuma weren't on a clock and hadn't set aside time for sightseeing because of how long it took to get the pass from Dr. Oichi on his recovery, he would have stayed at least 2 days in a tourist spot in the land of hot waters. The lack of time meant Takuma had to rush through the country and reach the border camp where he was stationed. Takuma looked up at the sky. The sun was about to set. He had traveled during the night, but Takuma didn't want to rush because he had almost reached the camp, and pulling an all-nighter would leave him tired on arrival, something he wanted to avoid. Takuma decided he would camp for the night and then resume early in the morning to reach in the afternoon. Takuma knew a township nearby could be used as a rest point, but it meant he would be ending his journey 2 hours before he usually did, but Takuma decided to do it. Within half an hour, Takuma found the town, and the first thing he noticed upon entering was how bustling with activity and people the town was. The streets were more crowded than what he had seen in Hidden Leaf, which was surprising considering that the town wasn't a prime tourist destination, nor was the town on a major trading route, and yet, Takuma felt as though he was in a major city. It was intriguing, so Takuma asked the next shinobi guard he found. Hey, is it like this year-round? Crowded, isn't it? He asked. Not at all. I have been living in this town for a decade, and not once have there been this many people here, said the middle-aged Hiddenstein shinobi. Then what's the occasion? They're refugees displaced from their homes near the border. There's even a camp outside the town for those who couldn't afford to move. People have been moving westwards all year long. The war is running people's lives. It's a whole mess. The shinobi looked deeply pained. It was expected, his country was toiling in a war they couldn't fight. He turned to look at Takuma. You don't look like you're from here, little brother. Where are you going? To the border. Takuma introduced himself, Hidden Leaf Shinobi, joining the war to help our allies. Oh! I did think you weren't from the country. So, you're from Land of Fire, huh? Well, allow me to welcome you to the country. They got to talking and exchanging information. Eventually, Takuma asked the man for a recommendation for an inn or a hotel, and they parted ways. The plan was to book a room, go out to have some good local cuisine, and then turn in early to start his journey early into the morning. Alas, things didn't go according to plan. You don't have any rooms? Anything would do, Takuma said to the hotel staff behind the front desk. Can't help you. There's no space left because of the refugees. I doubt you will find a room in the city for a while. This town wasn't built to hold this many people. The folks with empty rooms in their home are renting them out to the travelers because of how much demand is there for a roof, said the staff. Damn, Takuma sighed. If you want a place to sleep, you can try the camp outside the town. You might get a piece of ground with a tent over your head. But be careful about your belongings, not much security. You will have to convince the shinobi there to let you in, said the staff. Takuma went to several more inns and hotels, but everything was complete. There was not a single room for him to sleep under tonight. Having run out of options, Takuma headed to the refugee camp. He had a tent of his own he could set up, but he needed a dry place, and the land of hot waters had entered its monsoon season, which had made dry land sparse. There were shinobi managing the camp, so Takuma decided to ask them if he could sleep under one of their tents. He just needed a place on the floor, and he could sleep in his sleeping bag. The camp was just an area occupied with poor-quality tents with tons of displaced citizens. The atmosphere was in stark difference from the town. The camp looked destitute and impoverished. As he walked through the camp, he could see people, and they seemed to have no energy in them. The land of hot waters wasn't a poor country. In fact, it was the opposite. The country was well managed, and the citizens lived a comfortable life. But looking at the state of the camp, Takuma gathered how much the war had taken it out of the nation and how the people had been affected. He felt thankful for having first lived in a peaceful modern era, and then when he was displaced, he found himself living in the Hidden Leaf. After asking around, Takuma found the shinobi. There was a better quality tent in the back. Through the flaps, Takuma noticed a Hidden Leaf uniform, and he headed straight in. Takuma was noticed the moment he entered. "And who might you be?" asked the man. "Jinin Takuma of the Hidden Leaf, sir," Takuma replied and showed his shinobi identification. The man smiled as he rose up to shake hands with Takuma. "What a pleasant surprise." "I'm Jinin Takashi." "What brings you here?" said Takashi. "I'm on my way to a border camp. I was wondering if I could get somewhere to sleep. I looked for a room in the town, but nothing was free. Just a dry piece of land for me to set up a tent would be more than enough." Of course, Takashi was more than happy to host Takuma. "There's no space in the staff tents, but you can stay in one of the civilian tents. You will have to share, but I will make sure the people in your tent are good folk." "I couldn't ask more of you," Takuma smiled. As Takashi led him through the camp, Takuma opened a conversation. "If you don't mind me asking, why are you managing a refugee camp? Shouldn't the Hidden Steam handle this?" he asked. "Agreed, and this camp is handled by the Hidden Steam. There are 3 Hidden Steam Genin who manage this camp. I'm only temporarily helping them out because this camp exceeded its intended capacity. I was at Camp Husk until a month ago, and they finally approved of my return, but they asked me to manage this camp until Hidden Steam can manage the situation. 2 more weeks here, and I will return home." Takashi sounded happy. "That's good, congratulations," said Takuma. "Thank you. So, where were you stationed before this?" "Hidden Leaf." "Oh, is that the truth? I have never been to the Hidden Leaf. What is it like?" "Do Hyuga really have white eyes?" asked Takashi. "Hidden Leaf is a city that wakes up early and goes to sleep late. And yes, Hyuga have white eyes, quite striking if you ask me." They continued to talk about each other's home lives and the difference between their shinobi experience. Takuma noticed that Takashi didn't want to talk about his time in the Camp Husk, so Takuma stayed away from it. "Here we are." They stopped in front of a tent. They stepped inside, and as Takashi had said, there were already people inside. Occupying the tent were 2 men, 2 women, and 5 children. It took Takuma one look to deduce that 4 adults were 2 couples and the 5 kids were their children. He could even assign the children to the couples based on their looks. "This is Takuma, he's a shinobi. He's headed towards the border. He will be spending the night and leave early tomorrow." Takashi was polite, but his words were firm. he was telling, not requesting. Everyone in the tent looked at Takuma before nodding. Excellent. I would love to stay and continue the introduction, but I have work to do. Please make yourself comfortable, Takashi said before leaving. One of the men stepped forward and introduced himself. My name is Chiesa. You can sleep here, he pointed at an empty space inside the tent. My name is Takuma. Sorry for disturbing you. The other adults introduced themselves as well. Kyasa's wife Miwa, and the other couple, Kichiro and Nana. The children weren't introduced. Takuma chatted with the adults for a bit before heading back into town for some food. By the time he returned, it was mealtime in the camp. Takuma entered the tent, and the two families were sharing what was clearly emergency rations distributed as relief for those in the camp. Takuma was no stranger to crappy packaged food. There were military rations that he had eaten several times. Those things didn't taste good at all. And he was sure these civilian supplies were worse. Would you like some? Asked Chiesa. No, please, have your meal in peace. I will set up my bedroll here, said Takuma. As he set up his bedroll, the one named Nana asked him a question. You're a shinobi? She asked. I am a shinobi of the Hidden Leaf, said Takuma as he unpacked the roll from his backpack. But, you're so young, she said. How can you be a shinobi? Young people can be shinobi, ma'am, he chuckled. If it was before he lived in this world, he would have been confused by Nana's question. In his former opinion, the world revolved around the shinobi. But that just wasn't true. Shinobi weren't ever present across the lands. They were in abundance in hidden villages like the Hidden Leaf, and they were densely present in all big cities and important locations like border regions as a military force, but the presence of shinobi thinned as one moved away from those areas. In the deep countryside, people could go years between shinobi appearances. Shinobi were mercenary for hire, and there was not much money to be earned in the boonies. They're sending children to war? How could they? Miwa muttered in disbelief. Do not worry, ma'am. I might be a child, but I'm trained in the art of combat. Both our nations want this war to end, and if they thought I wasn't right for the job, they wouldn't have sent me. Takuma smiled as he sat on his finished setting up his bedroll. Takuma looked around, and the tent was filled with what looked like personal belongings, but having just packed up his house, he could tell that the things in the tent were bare essentials. These people had left in a hurry. If you don't mind me asking, Takuma started. How did you end up here? I'm assuming it was because of the war. Kichiro nodded. 2 months ago, a shinobi came to the village, telling us to leave the village as soon as possible. They said the enemy had moved closer, and the village was in danger. Not all people wanted to leave. But we have children, he looked at the boy and girl eating together, so we left to be safe. We had to leave everything behind, said Nana. The toll of leaving her home so abruptly was clear to her. All 4 adults looked exhausted, even the children, none seemed to be older than 5 or 6, looked worse from wear. Kichiro hugged her from the side. 2 weeks ago, we got the news that the village was taken by the enemy. They don't know what happened to those who stayed behind. Takuma felt a spike in his heart. He glanced at the children. What would have happened to them if their parents hadn't made the right decision to leave? Mama, one of Nana's children looked at her. Nana hurriedly wiped the tears building up in her eyes and smiled as she pulled the boy into her lap, hugging him tightly as she whispered comforting things into his ear. All of you from the same village? Asked Takuma. They nodded. What's your plan from here on out? Asked Takuma. They had been in the camp for 2 months already. They had a roof over their head and food to fill their stomachs, but this was no place to raise children. He knew from some videos he had seen on the internet that refugees could live in camps for years, and there were even cases where an entire generation was raised in camps. He didn't want that for anyone. Some people are planning a caravan to one of the big cities. We are thinking about joining them. We don't know when this war will end, or if we ever will get to return to our homes. There will be work in the big city, we can start again, said Chiesa, his voice hopeful. It was a risky move. Leaving the camp meant no food, and there was no telling what would be waiting for them in the city. But if they were able to find work, it could indeed be a new start for the families. Their children could attend school and grow up in a decent environment. The youngest of Chiasa's children, a girl, walked to Takuma and placed a plushie in his lap. "You want to play?" he asked. The girl nodded. "Uni, come back here, don't disturb him," Miwa said, hurriedly. "It's okay," Takuma assured her. "I can play." He looked down at Uni. "How do we play?" "You don't know how to play?" "Oh no, what should we do?" said Uni. "It's okay, I will teach you how to play. Listen carefully, okay?" Takuma laughed. Even in these destitute circumstances, children were glowing beacons of hope. As long as the children were nurtured, the future was bound to be bright. Okay. Chapter 173, War. This is the princess, and this is her lady-in-waiting. Little Uni showed her ragdolls to Takuma. She would pick one, brush their hair, and straighten her dresses as she told him all about them. Takuma looked at the dolls in his lap. A part of him was fascinated by the stories Uni told him. They were childish and simple, but they were joyous and full of happiness. Nothing Uni said was interesting, but Takuma enjoyed listening to her regardless. Children. And this is my froggy. Uni held up a green frog crochet doll. Mommy made it. Takuma was impressed. He knew sewing for maintenance purposes, and he was pretty good at it because of how often he ended up tearing them. But he had no experience in cosmetic skills like crocheting or pattern making. "Is this froggy the prince?" he asked. "Why would the froggy be the prince, silly?" Of course, Takuma smiled. It seemed that fairy tale wasn't a thing in the world. "Is there a prince or princess who this princess fancies?" "Yes, there is a prince." Uni looked around, seemingly looking for another doll, but there wasn't one. She stood up and ran to the bed she shared with her mother and looked around. Every moment she didn't find her prince was a moment her expression turned for worse. "Mommy, I can't find the prince." Miwa started looking for her daughter's doll, but it seemed it wasn't in the tent. The moment Uni found that, she started crying. Maybe she left the doll in Hazuro's tent. "The kids were there when we were getting the food," said Nana. "Did you have the doll with you when we went out, Uni?" asked Miwa. Uni nodded, sniffling. "We will go get it tomorrow, okay?" asked Miwa. "I want it now," Uni murmured. "Now, Uni, don't be like this." "You will get the doll tomorrow," said Chiesa. Takuma stood up. "I will get it," he said. No, you don't have to. It's okay. I want to have a little walk before I go to sleep. I will just grab it on my own." Takuma didn't want to walk, but nature was calling, and he wanted to relieve himself before going to sleep. Takuma grabbed his bag and exited the tent. He liked the two families enough, but he wasn't going to leave his belongings with anyone he didn't trust. Almost immediately, Takuma was reminded why he didn't want to walk. His feet dug into wet mud that covered half of his shoe. He was lucky that he was partial to shinobi boots rather than open sandals. He sent some chakra into his soles to make walking easier and used his cane to inspect the ground, but the gross feeling of stepping into mud persisted. Takuma first went into the bushes to relieve himself. The weather in the land of hot waters was different. The country as a whole was cooler than the land of fire and much cooler than the Hidden Leaf village, situated in one of the hotter regions of the nation. And as he moved closer to the land of frost, the temperature went down. He loved the rain in general except for when he was traveling, and the land of hot waters didn't have the problem of mixing humidity with heat, which was a problem every monsoon season in the Hidden Leaf. Tonight, in particular, was bound to be a good night because of a cool post-rain breeze guaranteed to make a fantastic sleeping experience. After relieving himself, Takuma went to the tent specified by Chiesa, and thankfully, the oil lamps were still burning. Takuma peeked into the tent shared by 3 families and asked them for Uni's prince doll. They seemed confused at first, but when Takuma spoke of Chiesa and Miwa, they understood and handed the prince doll. The doll was dressed in clothes like those worn by the nobility from the fire capital, the fire daimyo's seat. Takuma chatted with the people in the tent for a bit before wishing them a good night. Takuma gazed at the sky as he slowly walked back to the tent. Because he was close to the border without any big settlements, the sky was much clearer. The stars were more beautiful than he had ever seen in the Hidden Leaf. It was a sight to behold. If he weren't on a journey with a clock on it, Takuma would have spent a night stargazing. Swish! A sound alerted Takuma. He looked in the direction. It was faint, but he picked it up clearly. He recognized the sound clearly, the sound of cutting through the air at high speeds with a flutter of a robe. It was a common sound in the Hidden Leaf, where shinobi used rooftops as a road system. He thought it was the shinobi managing the camp coming back from the town after dinner. Takuma decided to give them his thanks now, as he wasn't going to get a chance to do so tomorrow because he was planning to leave early at sunrise. Takuma headed for the shinobi tents. Boom! Takuma felt the air shift as an explosion went off. His instincts rang the alarm bells as screams and yells sounded in the camp. Takuma turned back to locate the source of the explosion only to see a large fireball from Fire Release, Great Fireball Jutsu barrel through a row of tents, scorching everything in its path, leaving chakra-fueled fires in its wake. The ground shook, and Takuma saw a number of tents collapse. Arcs of lightning with flashes sparked in another part of the tent. The camp was under attack. The sounds he had heard weren't the managers. They were the enemies. Takuma ran for the woods. He all but ripped his backpack open, took out his weapon pouches before throwing the backpack into a bush, and rushed into the camp. He pushed chakra into his feet and took the air with a big leap. He easily cleared the tent tops and reached a height where he could get a look at the situation. It was brief, but enough. Mud flew in every direction as Takuma pushed himself to his destination using the body flicker jutsu. He almost slipped in the mud as he stopped in front of the burning tents. Dense smoke rose from the flames as a man dressed in black attire spewed flames and threw explosion tags all around him. Takuma almost vomited when the smell of burning flesh hit his nose. His being shook as he saw burning bodies slumped on the ground. Men and women, still alive, with their bodies of fire rolling in the mud to put out the fires on their bodies, but the chakra-fueled flames weren't easy to put out. From beneath the deep shock bubbled a burning rage as Takuma shot forward with full might. He clenched his fist as waves of chakra flooded his arm. Hey! The black-clad shinobi turned. A startling surprise crossed his eyes as he saw Takuma. The surprise made the man slow, and he couldn't avoid the punch into the stomach. The man flew back like a cannonball and slammed into a burning tent that still stood. A strong recoil almost dislocated his shoulder. It had been more than a year since he had last messed up the chakra in an augmented strike, but Takuma disregarded the dull ache and shot toward the tent. The man in the tent coughed violently. He tried to get up, but Takuma appeared above him and slammed his heel into the man's ribs, cracking them brutally. Takuma bent down and cut the man's throat with his kunai, silencing his scream. He dragged the man out of the tent and dumped him in the middle of the street so his body wouldn't burn because of the wet mud. Takuma left the dead body there and shot towards the next area of disruption with body flicker jutsu. It was dangerous to use the jutsu because it was hard to control, which was why it wasn't used in combat, and Takuma could rush into a ninjutsu. When Takuma arrived, he saw another black-clad man standing over and kneeling down Takashi, the Hidden Leaf Genin who was temporarily helping out at the camp. The black-clad man raised his sword. "No!" yelled Takuma as he rushed towards them. Swing! Thud! Takashi's head rolled on the ground. His body collapsed beside it a moment later. Takuma stopped in his tracks in disbelief and stared at the upside-down face of the man who had helped him a few hours ago as the blood from his neck dripped down onto his face, which was frozen in terror. The cacophony of crackling fire, destruction, and screams around the camp struck Takuma simultaneously as his vision was focused on Takashi. He looked up at the black-clad man, who was now staring at him. At that moment, As Takuma clutched the kunai in his hand, he knew one thing. He was going to murder the man before him if it was the last thing he did. He let out a battle cry as he charged for the man, who ran towards Takuma with his sword raised. Their weapons clashed. The katana was a two-handed weapon, but Takuma had one hand free. He went in for a throat-crushing augmented strike. The man pushed his sword forward, throwing Takuma's balance. Takuma took a step back to stabilize him and pressed ahead with aggression. The two shinobi got locked in a deadly dance where Takuma pushed, and the black-clad shinobi received every strike with practiced grace. Takuma struck his kunai and free hand as his feet remained on the ground, providing a solid foundation in the wet mud. His opponent's kenjutsu was some of the most skillful he had faced. The man used his sword to keep Takuma at a distance, a solid defense and deadly offense that threatened to dissect Takuma if he wasn't careful. Suddenly, the man switched gears. He exploited a gap in Takuma's aggression and, with one step forward, thrashed his sword down at Takuma repeatedly, who could only use one short kunai to estimate each downward deadly strike. Crack! Takuma's kunai snapped in half under the heavy strikes, and the sword blades sliced down at him. Thankfully for Takuma, his chainmail took the weakened swing, leaving him almost uninjured from the attack. With the sword at the lowest point of the swing, Takuma took a step forward and slammed his forehead into the man's face. As the man faltered, Takuma followed with a spinning kick to the head. But as he stepped ahead for a finishing strike, the man unleashed a lightning-quick horizontal sword swing that missed Takuma only by a couple centimeters, but it did the job of stopping Takuma, giving the man enough time to jump away to create some distance. Both shinobi stared at each other as they slowly moved in a circle. The opponent was tough. He was weaker than the Chunin Takuma had faced during the farm raid, but he was stronger than any of the assassins who had come for him. The man changed his grip on the sword to weave hand seals. A streak of lightning sparked across the sword blade. Takuma's instincts screamed danger. As the man dashed toward him, Takuma weaved hand seals before pressing his hands into the ground. Chakra seeped into the ground, and the wet mud rose around Takuma, solidifying under his command. Earthen Dome! The lightning-covered sword sliced the top of the dome like a hot knife through butter, but the rest of the dome stood. Earth was weak to lightning. The man eyed the opening he had made. Takuma was kneeling in the dome. The man switched his grip to a two-handed reverse grip to stab the sword down into the hole. But before he could push the sword in, a kunai flew out, almost impaling itself in the head if not for the man to shift his head at the last moment. The kunai nicked him at the place where the neck met the shoulder. The surprise broke the jutsu on the sword. The man's eye naturally tried to look into the hole, but there was nothing but darkness inside the dome. Takuma was gone. But then he noticed something casting a glow on the ground. Confused but wanting to find Takuma immediately, he turned away. Two explosive tags stuck to the dome wall exploded, and the dome's hardened earth became equivalent to pseudo-grenade pellets, slamming into the unprepared man along with the force of the raw explosion from the tags themselves. A distance away from the dome, Takuma emerged from within the ground. Hiding in the rock jutsu. The man had flown in Takuma's direction. Seeing him on the ground, Takuma charged, adamant to end the fight. The man pushed himself using his sword as support. He saw Takuma rushing toward him. His clothes were torn into shreds, revealing burnt skin under a chainmail. There was blood dripping down the side of his head. With trembling hands, he weaved hand seals. Thick lightning arcs snaked around his arm, merging into one bolt that then shot toward Takuma. Lightning release, lightning bolt jutsu. It was a delicate play of timing. The moment Takuma saw the lightning arcs of the C-rank jutsu, he prepared himself. With every muscle tensed in his body, Takuma dropped into a forward sliding tackle at the precise moment before the lightning bolt left the man's hand. The laser-quick lightning release jutsu covered the distance in the blink of an eye. Takuma felt every hair on his body rise as the lightning bolt shot past above him. He breathed out and seamlessly got up and jumped up before coming down to slam an augmented fist into the man's jaw. The man went down, but he didn't go down. He tried to raise his sword to protect himself. Takuma threw a kunai with as much force as he could muster. It pierced the man's wrist, coming out the other way. The man screamed as he dropped his sword. Takuma slammed another augmented kick into the ribs to put the bastard down. He equipped another kunai and went in for the kill. "No, don't kill him," a woman's voice sounded in the distance. But it was already too late. Takuma had already released the kunai. It went clean into the man's throat. It didn't matter either way. Takuma was too angry. He raised his leg and kicked in the kunai deeper into the man's throat, ending his life if there was any doubt otherwise. Takuma didn't ease up and immediately turned towards the voice with a kunai ready in his hand for another opponent. Standing a few meters away was a young woman. Takuma's first instinct was to take her down, but then he noticed her clothes. She was wearing a hidden steam shinobi uniform. Takuma released a deep breath. He didn't put his guard down. The woman could be one of the camp raiders, dressed in hidden steam colors to deceive people. Before either of them could say anything, Takuma noticed a civilian man running away from the camp with a child in his arms. "No," Takuma muttered, a horrifying thought emerging in his mind. He turned back and shot forward with the body flicker jutsu, ignoring the woman calling out for him. A few seconds later, Takuma stood in front of the camp he was planning to sleep in for the night. It was on fire, the flames covering the entirety of the shelter as they rose to the sky. The structure had long collapsed. Takuma saw none of that. He weaved hand seals faster than ever in his life. Water release, wild water wave. He controlled the flow of the wave to spread the water all over the tent. The flames subsided, but the fire didn't go out completely, so he weaved hand seals again and again. By the time Takuma rushed into the tent, his logical mind had caught up to his actions. A fear grew larger from the corner of his heart. Another part of him didn't want to accept it. They must have gotten out before the tent burned out. In the tent, Takuma looked around, and he found what he feared. He dropped to his knees and broke down when he saw what lay beside burnt dolls. Chapter 174, Shinobi Warfare. 4 genin were in charge of managing the camp with more than 400 people. 3 of them were hidden steam shinobi, while the 4th shinobi was a hidden leaf shinobi helping out until hidden steam could replace him with one of their own. The 4 shinobi had hired people from the camp itself to manage the sheer number of people. Yeri was a hidden steam shinobi managing the camp. She was one of the 2 shinobi present on the camp during the incursion, the second being Takashi of the hidden leaf. The other 2 were out visiting the town for food and drinks. The camp was significantly distant from the conflict. There was no reason for enemy shinobi to be this deep in the land of hot waters. This was why only 4 genin were assigned to the camp. Shinobi weren't needed to manage the camp, civilians could have done it on their own, showcased by the fact that the hidden steam was taking such a long time to replace the hidden leaf shinobis loaned out to them. The 4 shinobi weren't expecting an attack and were thus lax on security and focusing more on ensuring the refugees were adequately managed. The incursion happened very quickly. By the time Yeri got out of her tent, 2 rows of tents were already on intense fire. The first thing she saw was a great fireball rolling through tents in the distance. She and Takashi sprinted to the different parts of the camp and found black-clad shinobi causing destruction, mindlessly killing civilians, women, children, elderly, no one was spared. She understood that they were outnumbered when she found the first enemy. If she and Takashi were occupied by an enemy each, the rest could continue to wreak havoc on civilians powerless to stop shinobi. The remaining 2 shinobi needed to return quickly, which they thankfully did. The violent fires were big enough to be seen from the nearby town. Yeri finished off her first intruder in exchange of suffering some injuries. The next intruder wasn't difficult and surrendered with little effort when she was joined by the other 2 hidden steam shinobi. From the looks of it, Takashi had taken out an intruder, before he died at the hands of another. And there was the other guy. Takashi had told them that a hidden leaf shinobi was using the camp as a rest point on his travels to a border camp. They had no problems because of how little the shinobi had asked for such a short time. So when Yeri saw a teenager fighting an intruder, she realized it was the hidden leaf shinobi. Yeri was grateful to him, but she didn't appreciate him ignoring her ask to capture the intruder instead of killing him. In cases like this, it was better for them to interrogate captives for information rather than kill them. They already had one captive, but it was always better to have at least two in case one of them didn't have complete facts or use two people to verify each other's information. But things didn't stop there. She glanced at the hidden leaf shinobi, who had introduced himself as Takuma, sitting in the corner of the tent. His breathing was labored, he was sweating a lot, and he was clutching a cane in his hands, but other than that, there was not even a single scratch on him. Just how much chakra does he have? She thought. The man had single-handedly put almost all the fires in the camp with his water-release jutsu. It prevented a lot of loss because of the quick action. She was eternally grateful for that. And yet, the camp was ruined, people had lost lives, and those who lived had lost their belongings. The war refugees who had been uprooted from their homes had lost their place of stay for the second time. Yeri clenched her jaw. She could still hear the screams, the smell of smoke made her feel nauseous. She was charged to keep the refugees safe, but she wasn't able to do a thing. She had failed miserably. Everywhere she looked, her failure was thrown back at her, the people who had lost their partners, the parents who had lost their children, the children who were now orphans, everything was her fault. "Is the prisoner ready?" asked Takuma. Yeri turned to see that Takuma now looked better than before. "The other two are interrogating him," she replied. He stood up, and his cane clicked as he walked to the other tent. Yeri followed after him. "What are you going to do?" "I would like to ask some questions as well," he said. As they entered the tent with the prisoner, Yeri stepped in front of Takuma. "I'm sorry, but I can't let you do that." She was grateful to Takuma for the help he had provided, but she knew nothing about him. And this was the land of hot waters matter, and she, as a hidden steam shinobi, couldn't let an outsider interfere. "Miss, one of our brave shinobi died during this incursion. The hidden leaf will be more appreciative of our allies if they were cooperative in this matter," said Takuma. Yeri narrowed her eyes. Hidden leaf? Was this Takuma some big shot? Was that why Takashi had let him stay without asking them? "We lost a third of the civilians in the camp, more than 100 people died. We can't just let you do anything to the prisoner," she said. "I simply wish to know the reason behind the attack so I can report it to my superiors, miss, so they will know why a shinobi so far from the battlefield is now dead, so they have something to tell to Jin and Takashi's family. I'm not asking you to release him in my custody, he will remain Hidden Steam's prisoner of war until both of our superiors decide otherwise," he said. Yeri bit the inside of her cheeks. She didn't trust him. He had killed 2 intruders already. And with Takashi dead, he might kill the last one in revenge as well. If she had to be honest, Yeri didn't care if the prisoner died. The bastard was the reason why her countrymen were dead. She wished that he would die a horrifying death, and at the moment, she wanted nothing but to be the one to kill him, but she knew they needed him alive for his information. "You can't kill him," she said. "I simply wish to have some questions answered, miss." Yeri stared at him, thinking about her decision one last, before stepping aside and letting him proceed. Inside the tent, the last living intruder lay on the floor with only his underwear on his body, his hands and feet bound with thick iron chains. His face was swollen beyond recognition, and blue-black bruises covered his body. The 2 hidden steam shinobi had done a number on him. Takuma didn't go to the prisoner and instead turned to the table with the shinobi's belongings. "What are you doing?" asked Yeri. Takuma didn't answer and ruffled through the belongings. Yeri didn't see the point. They had already searched their belongings for clues, but they didn't carry anything else but weapons, rations, and other shinobi equipment. "You wouldn't find anything," she said. "They were clearly here for a covert mission. I don't think they would carry anything that would connect back." Takuma held up a kunai. "This is a kunai design used by the Hidden Frost. It's a very successful design, used by more than a third of the Hidden Frost shinobi." Yeri stared at the kunai. She had no idea the kunai was from the Hidden Frost. To her, it looked like any other kunai she carried. Maybe the hilt was a bit shorter than hers. Does that mean they are from the Hidden Frost? Yeri asked, her fist clenched. Most probably, but it doesn't matter. The Hidden Frost could simply deny any involvement and declare them rogue elements. The fact all of their gear is of the easily purchased variety makes it another dead end. Not even a blacksmith's touchmark to track. Then what are you doing? She asked. Takuma didn't reply and continued to go through the belongings. He turned their clothes upside down, checked every kunai and shuriken, eyed the explosive tags, leaving nothing untouched. Rip! Takuma ripped a weapons pouch, and his hands went still. People would like to believe that humans are a logical species, but the truth of the matter is that we're logical beings who often ignore logic and operate on emotions. Drug addicts would not throw away their hidden stash even when they're at risk of their house being investigated. That's just how our minds are wired. I believe it's one of our strengths that brings us together. From the 2 layers of torn leather, Takuma pulled out a photograph from a hidden pocket, but it's also our biggest flaw that ruins people if they don't keep it under check. Yeri gazed at the photograph of a man, woman, and child. It was very clearly a family photograph. She stared at the man in the picture and turned to their prisoner. The man smiling in the photograph was lying beaten in the dirt a few feet from her. Takuma pocketed the photo and walked out of the tent. Where are you going? Yeri asked as she followed him. He went to the tent and lifted a metal table, a sturdy metal sheet as the tabletop supported by 4 legs. He carried the table into the prisoner's tent and used 2 bricks to prop one side of the table higher than the other. Lay him on the table, said Takuma as he once again went out to bring in 2 buckets full of water and a rag. Make sure we never run out of the water, he said to one of the hidden steam shinobi as he filled his canteen with dirty water. Yeri understood what Takuma was trying to do. Are you sure you can do that? She asked. It was quite easy to accidentally kill someone during waterboarding. I usually outsource my tough interrogations to a professional, but I have seen her work enough to give it a try, said Takuma. He took out a hidden leaf forehead protector and tied it around his head before turning to the prisoner. Let's face the truth here, Takuma said to the prisoner. You're captured, all your companions are dead, and you are deep in enemy territory. There's no help coming for you, you're all alone, and it's in your best interest to cooperate because they can make your life hell if we want. So, answer our questions, and I will personally ensure that you don't suffer anymore. The prisoner stared at Takuma, both of his eyes swollen until the eyes were only a slit. The prisoner chuckled before spitting some blood to the side. Are you sure? One more chance before we start. The prisoner stayed silent. Takuma sighed. Let's begin then, he said as he put the rag on the prisoner's face and poured the water on the nose from the canteen. Yeri narrowed her eyes as the prisoner began to struggle against his restraint as the water entered him. She didn't know how it felt, but from what she had heard, the feeling was worse than being drowned and then being pulled out for a moment before being drowned again and again until it became unbearable. Takuma poured the water as the 2 hidden steam shinobi held the man down. A few seconds later, he removed the rag and asked the prisoner if he was ready to answer a question. The prisoner wheezed and coughed, but said nothing, so Takuma put the rag on again and started waterboarding. Listen, you just killed hundreds of civilians. After that, it's natural that these people, Takuma pointed to the hidden steam shinobi, won't care what happens to you. There's a war going on, and you're a prisoner of war, your future is bleak, but if you tell me what I want to know, I will ensure you're safe. Takuma pointed at his forehead, see? I'm a hidden leaf shinobi. I don't have the grudge they have for you. The 2 hidden steam shinobi seemed not to like Takuma's statements, but Yeri raised her hands and made them stop. The prisoner refused to talk. He was again put through the process. Believe it or not, but I'm the closest thing to a friend you can get in a situation like this. I don't know what the people back home told you, but getting caught here isn't the end of your life. Prisoners of war get released all the time. One day, this war will end, and the 2 nations will make merry. That day, they will use pawns like you and me as peace gestures. Prisoners will be released, and you will be back home, happy to be alive. Your concern right now should be to remain alive in one piece. Adapting to these new circumstances is the top priority. I can make that easy for you. Oh no, you can't go dark on me. Hey, wake up! Good. So, where was I? Okay, forget everything I said, let's start one simple question at a time. What's your name? My name is Toby. Why did you come here? What route did you use to breach the border? What was the purpose behind this attack? Do you have any additional objectives other than this camp? Do you have a handler in the land of hot waters to help you coordinate, or was your team an independent operation? The interrogation process continued, and after a little over an hour of being waterboarded, Takuma stopped and exited the tent. Yuri thought that he had given up, but she was wrong. Giving him a break will allow him to catch his breath and calm himself down to the point he could think in peace. When he tastes that peace, the return to torture will be more impactful, he said. When will you use that photo? She asked. Takuma replied that it was not time yet. That day, Takuma held 4 sessions of 1 hour each. They had begun a few hours before sunrise, and by the time they had ended the 4th session, it was already 10 hours, and the day had already reached the early afternoon. Takuma told them to rest for a few hours before announcing they would start another cycle of 4 waterboarding sessions. In the middle of the evening, they began again. The same table, the rag, and the source of water. The questions were repeated. But there was no reprieve as long as the prisoner refused to answer their questions. This time, though, Takuma went through phases of chatting with the prisoner mixed in with periods of silence where no questions were asked. No matter how much the prisoner begged to stop, no one said anything to him. Yuri held no pity for the prisoner, but this was her first time seeing someone tortured for information, and the sight of Takuma standing beside the chained prisoner whom her hidden steam companions were pinning down was something that instilled fear in her. At one point, the prisoner thrashed so much when he was having water forced down into his body that he broke a bone in his arm, which scared Yuri if Takuma was going too far. When she asked her 2 companions, they seemed to lack any nervousness she felt. Takuma remained indifferent through the entire process. He would be animated in the tent with the prisoner, but during the break, he would sit near the tent's entrance, keeping an eye on the prisoner in silence. While the hidden steam shinobi used the breaks to help the town civilians clean up the destroyed camp and smooth out the temporary establishment for the remaining refugees, Takuma seemed to be cut off from the rest of the world. Eventually, the last session of the 2nd cycle arrived. The sun had already set, and everyone was tired. It's time, Takuma said as the final break of the day came to an end. What? Asked Yuri. Takuma stood up and walked into the tent. The moment they entered the tent, the shivering prisoner began to struggle against his restraints. His breathing became labored, and there was fear in his bloodshot eyes as he squirmed on the floor. Are you ready to answer the questions? Asked Takuma. The prisoner started begging to spare him, and his pleading became louder as the hidden steam shinobi placed him atop the raised table. The prisoner was waterboarded once before Takuma stopped and spoke to the prisoner. This is the last session. Tomorrow, they will take you to the hidden steam. You're one tough man, my friend. Which is why a Yamanaka of the hidden leaf will be waiting for you there. If you don't know, Yamanaka have special ninjutsu, which allows them to mind read. They will pull all the information out of your mind. I don't know if it will be painful or not. The prisoner looked horrified, but at the same time, he looked peaceful. Perhaps now that he knew his suffering was only for a little more, he relaxed. But then Takuma pulled out the photograph and held it before the prisoner's face. I'm going to give this picture of you and your family to them. The hidden steam wants revenge for the people you murdered. After they find the identities of your companions, they will send a team to all your homes who will kill your families. Your family will be included, of course. Yuri stared at the prisoner whose trembling eyes were glued to the photo. But if you promise me to answer our questions here and now, there will be no need for the hidden steam to pay for the Yamanaka. They're at war, and Yamanaka's services are costly. You can save your family by answering the questions. That's the best I can do for you, my friend. The prisoner looked at Takuma, who urged him to talk. Spare my family," said the prisoner. The prisoner had broken down. In the next hour, the prisoner told them everything he knew. His team was tasked to infiltrate the land of hot steams and set a camp on fire with the objective of killing as many as possible. Their motive was to cause chaos and crush the morale of the hidden steam shinobi and the entire land of hot waters by causing a tragedy, while also stressing the forces on the border to stretch themselves thin to cover a greater area to plug potential routes. They had chosen the camp because they had gotten the information that it was the nearest camp of substantial size from the border with very low security. Their team of 5 people, which included 1 chunin, was deemed enough to complete the objective. According to the prisoner, they were to report a handler waiting for them in a major city in the land of hot waters where they would get further instructions. The prisoner didn't know who the handler was, but he gave up his handler's location. He also gave up the route he took to breach the border and who else was involved. After Yuri ensured the prisoner was properly secured, she headed to the other tent, where she noticed Takuma staring at a doll in his hands. He must have noticed her as he put the doll into his backpack. "Do you need something, miss?" he asked without looking at her. "A chunin will be arriving tomorrow to assess the situation," she said. "I will leave by sunrise," he replied. "I had given myself 1 day of leeway, which I ended up using here. I hope you will ensure that Jinin Takashi's personal belongings and his ashes will find their way to his family." The first thing Takuma had done after putting out the fires was to give Takashi a shinobi's funeral. They had offered to help, but he had refused and completed all the preparations and rites by himself. Yuri nodded. "Did you torture him for 2 days for revenge when you had that photograph from the start?" she asked. Takuma turned to face her. "He wouldn't have believed me if I had threatened his family from the start. It's completely illogical for the hidden steam to target a Jinin's family deep within the land of frost as revenge. I needed to break down his mental state to the point where he would have believed the threat as something possible." She noticed Takuma hadn't refused her query. "Please let me see you off tomorrow," she said. But the next day, when she and her companions woke up, Takuma had already left. Chapter 175, Waifu Enko. As much as he found the great outdoors, there was no joy in the last leg of his journey. Not sleeping for 2 days was not something Takuma couldn't bear, but with the travel and the refugee camp incident, his brain felt like a searing mess, and his muscles felt like lead had been pumped into them. The beauty of the countryside didn't mesmerize him, the heaviness of his boots caked with mud didn't irritate him. Nothing mattered as he ran across the foreign lands to fight a war that had nothing to do with his nation. He couldn't shut his brain down and mindlessly run. The events of the past 2 days swam around his mind, refusing to leave. He couldn't help but think about Takashi and the 2 families he had spent time with. All of them were good people. Takashi was so elated to return home, and the children were the bright spot in the 2 families' tents even when the times were rough. None of them were alive now. "I should have killed him." As he recalled the prisoner, he felt a raging, burning sensation in his heart. The man's begging was akin to nails against a chalkboard. There were so many times he wanted to end the man's life for the sins he had committed, but Taro's mom's words kept him from displaying any of his true feelings during the investigation. The suspect cannot ever be allowed to see frustration or difficulty in the interrogator's eyes. The moment they see that, the control passes over to their hand. She was the one Takuma always called for difficult interrogations, and because her services cost so much money, he was always there in the co-joined room with members of his team to observe her process through the one-sided window to get a learning experience out of it. The little he knew, it came from her. Takuma pushed his anger down as he saw tall earthen walls come into view. He had arrived at his destination. His destination, the camp, was once a village that had been vacated due to the danger from the land of frost forces who had breached the border and occupied the land of hot waters territory. Due to the infrastructure and its strategic position, the shinobi forces had now occupied the village as their base of operation. Takuma couldn't help but recall Miwa's recollection of her own village and how this village was once home to people. Takuma slowed down to a walk as a giant gate made from tall tree logs came into view. It was partially open, giving him a peek of the village inside. As he approached the gates, he noticed 2 guards standing guard with 1 more guard on the wall, half of his body covered by the wall, making it seem he was standing on a platform attached to the wall. "Halt! Identify yourself," shouted one of the guards. Both the guards wore Hidden Leaf shinobi uniforms. "Jin and Takuma, Hidden Leaf, reporting for duty," Takuma said. The 2 guards exchanged glances. "We weren't informed about any arrivals today. I have documents." Takuma wasn't in the mood to argue. After getting the permission, he took out a transparent pouch with his important documents. He handed them the documents necessary to prove his identity and deployment order. People are usually deployed in groups. "Why are you alone?" "Jin and Takuma?" asked the guard, reading his documents. Takuma pointed to the cane strapped to the side of his bag along with his hand axe. "An injury postponed my deployment." The guard hummed. "Wait here. I will go get these documents verified. Don't cause any trouble." The guards showed not a hint of hospitality from their actions, expressions, and body language. As the guard disappeared behind the gates, the second guard stood in his post, his vigilant eye fixed on Takuma. Takuma felt another gaze on him and glanced up at the wall. The shinobi atop the wall was gazing down at him. He had a kunai with an explosive tag dangling from his hand. The 2 guards made Takuma feel tense. He would have tried to chat with them, but he felt exhausted, so he sat down on the ground beside his backpack. He emptied his canteen in 1 big gulp and then stared at the ground, waiting for the guard to return. It took the guard 10 minutes to return. "Your documents checked out, and your arrival has been verified. Welcome to Camp Banana, Jin and Takuma," announced the guard. He had a smile on his face this time. The other guard eased, smiles appeared on his face. The guard on the wall pulled his kunai back and gave Takuma a wave. The sudden change in attitude was surprising, but for some reason, it put him at ease. The guards were taking their jobs to keep the camp safe seriously. Takuma stood up and shook the guards' hands as they introduced themselves to him. The second guard even patted him on the back as the first guard led him into Camp Banana. Camp Banana has 2 Hidden Leaf Jonin as its command. The guard started as they walked across the village. Takuma saw houses, shops, flattened roads, carts, barrels, haystacks, and everything one would expect in a small village, and the village didn't seem abandoned as shinobi had replaced the villagers. "I'm taking you to meet Jonin Toradesu Kasori." "Will I be serving under him?" asked Takuma. "You will be a part of his chain of command," the guard nodded. "The other Jonin is Jonin Shirakumohayama. Both Jonin have their own chain of commands serving under them, and for the most part, they both operate independently, but Jonin Toradesu holds the final say in critical matters and disputes." Takuma furrowed his brow. 2 Jonin sharing the command? He found it unusual. A chain of command needed to be clear so people knew who to report to. Even though the narcotics task force was small and a flat hierarchy would have worked, Takuma had installed a clear chain of command to establish some structure in the inexperienced group. Having 2 Jonin share power didn't seem efficient, and he could see things go wrong even if one of the Jonin held a higher authority. "You will only report to Jonin Toradesu's chain of command." "Understood," said the guard. Takuma replied in affirmation. He was then led into a 2-story building near the village center. A Hidden Leaf shinobi sat on a desk opposite the door. The woman looked up at the guard and then at Takuma. "Are you Jin and Takuma?" she asked. "Yes, ma'am," said Takuma. "Jonin Toradesu will see you now." "Head in," the woman pointed to a door. Takuma thanked the guard, took a deep breath, put on his forehead protector, and knocked on the door. "Come in," said the voice. Takuma stepped inside the Jonin's office and was immediately surprised because he actually recognized the man. "Jin and Takuma, Jonin Toradesu without any niceties, I must say that I don't have a stellar first impression of you. You're not late, but I expected you to arrive at least a day early. That much should be common sense. I require a certain standard from subordinates, and I hope that you will be able to withhold that standard." The man looked he had already stepped across 50. He had a bald head, a round face, and a pudgy body. While every shinobi he had passed wore the uniform, Toradesu wore a flashy dark red kimono with a wood-brown haori over it. The kimono was tied using a sash with the hidden leaf forehead protector sewn in the front. "My apologies, sir. I intended to arrive yesterday, but an incident delayed me," said Takuma. His heart felt heavy. He hadn't been in the camp for an hour, and his commanding officer's impression of him was already less than optimal. "And what might that incident be?" said Toradesu. His eyes said, "This better not be an excuse." "A refugee camp I was using as a rest point was attacked while I was staying there. I had to delay my journey as I helped manage the situation," Takuma replied. He was ready to explain it all even though he had no desire to talk about it. "I know about the attack. It was part of today's information packet." Toradesu looked surprised. "And you're saying you were involved? How would that be?" "I was present during the incursion and was involved in subduing the intruders." Takuma started. "Out of the 5 intruders, we were able to secure one for interrogation. After the initial chaos settled, I interrogated the prisoner for information. The interrogation tied me up that I had to delay my schedule." "You interrogated the prisoner? Ah, you have a police force background," Toradesu nodded. "Walk me through it." "The packet must have been sent out early, it didn't have any mentions of extracted intel." Takuma walked Toradesu through the process and the intel he had extracted. Toradesu listened without interrupting until the end. "This is troubling," Toradesu sighed. "The incident would put pressure on us to be aggressive in territory reclamation. I will have to discuss this with Hayama," he muttered the last sentence. "It seems I was wrong about you, Jin and Takuma. You did good. It's a pleasure to meet you, and I welcome you to Camp Banana." "Thank you, sir," Takuma bowed. "But we have met once before, sir." "Oh? I don't remember meeting you though, Jin and Takuma. It was for a very short time, but you were the invigilator for my academy graduation exam. You had asked me a trick question about how many shinobi stood in the exam hall. One of them was sitting." Toradesu stared at Takuma for a moment. "I think I vaguely remember you, it has been many years. But what a coincidence for us to meet here. That was the only year I volunteered to oversee the academy graduation examinations," said Toradesu. "Gina," called Toradesu. A moment later, the woman shinobi from before walked in. "Please introduce Jin and Takuma to his Chunin team leader." Toradesu turned to Takuma. "You will be serving under her. Get yourself familiar with the team, they will be your family while you are in this camp." The genin named Gina led Takuma through the village. She didn't say a word to him, but neither did Takuma initiate the conversation. He was tired, but knew that his first impression on his team was important, so he built up his energy so he could at least force himself to be his normal self until he had a chance to rest. In the western part of the village, there was a residential area. Gina and Takuma stopped in front of a single-story home. She walked to the door and knocked. "Chunin Mitarashi! Jin and Takuma, your new subordinate, has arrived," she shouted. "Mitarashi?" Takuma wondered where he had that family name. "Pipe down, no need to break the door down," a woman's voice came from inside. "I'm coming out. Give me a moment, for God's sake." Gina sighed before stepping back. A few moments later, the door opened, and a young woman in her late teens stepped out of the house. She was an average-sized woman with a slender frame. She had light brown eyes. Her hair was of a dull violet color, styled in a short, spiky, fanned-out ponytail. "Oh, so you're Takuma, huh?" she said. "Nice to meet you. I'm Mitarashi Anko. Let's get along, right?" Chapter 176, Woman Troubles. Takuma no longer needed to gather energy, he was now wide awake. Having Orochimaru's student as his team leader was not something Takuma had imagined or dreamed of happening. However, surprising as it was, he didn't find the situation to be something he needed to remedy or to be on guard. From what he remembered, Orochimaru had abandoned Anko, and they hadn't crossed paths until the Chunin exams. You know, I read your file, but you truly are young. The Uchiha really gave you a team to lead, huh? You must be one of those geniuses. Anko leaned against the doorframe, standing on one foot while she used the other's heel to scratch the leg she stood up. Takuma wanted to be humble in his reply, but she beat him to it. But then you started out in the Genin Corp, so maybe not. Anko stood up straight. Or are you one of those late bloomers? Well, whatever. None of that matters now that you are here. You will be working under me, so do not expect special treatment. Get rewarded for good work, punished for mistakes, same as others, no exceptions. That is fine with me, ma'am. Good, but drop that ma'am crap. I don't like that shit at all. Call me by name. Takuma opened his mouth to say that wouldn't be respectful, but he was once again beaten to it. Gina, beside him, spoke up. Chunin Mitarashi, that's not the proper etiquette. You must not. Jin and Gina, I don't require you to tell me how I deal with my subordinates and team. Anko cut her off in a stern, authoritative voice, in stark contrast to how laid back she was moments ago. And my apologies, Gina bowed her head, her expression resentful. You have done your task of leading Jin and Takuma to me. Return to the old geezer before he starts making a fuss about tardiness and slacking shinobi, Anko said, her voice returning to her initial tone. Gina bowed before rushing away from the scene. Takuma looked back at Anko and felt his impression and respect for Anko rise. He agreed with Gina about it not being proper etiquette. He was respectful to every shinobi who held a higher rank than him, bar Inomoto, and suddenly being asked to discard the practice he had followed from day one was naturally uncomfortable. Moreover, he believed that while there was nothing wrong with the leader being friendly with his subordinates, the subordinates needed to be aware that they couldn't disrespect the leader. A leader didn't need to be an asshole to his subordinates, but it should be clear that insubordination was not tolerated. In one swoop, Anko had demonstrated that while she wanted to be called by her name, she was still his commanding officer and a shinobi of a higher rank. Now, where were we? Anko turned to Takuma. You told me to call you by your name, Miss Anko, Takuma replied. Drop the miss as well, Takuma. Doesn't suit me, don't you think? She grinned, her dull violet eyes held a streak of roguishness. I understand. Anko, Takuma conceded. Anko turned back into her house and put on a pair of slippers. Walk with me. Let's get your housing settled with the quartermaster, and then we will meet the rest of the team. As the base was an abandoned village, the shinobi lived in the houses. And because of the village's size, they had plenty of rooms to go around. Anko told him that he could get a private room without needing a need to share. And when they reached the quartermaster's office, it turned out to be true. Takuma was given his own room in a shared house. Oh, you will be sharing with Daiki, said Anko as she peeked at his residential assignment. I'm assuming he is one of the team members, he asked. Anko nodded. Toradesu and Shirakumo have 10 Chunin each under their command, who further have 5 Genin each under their command. That's our main combat force. There are others, like the quartermaster and his team, the medical house, and the communication cell, but they are all in non-combat positions unless required. You and I are part of Team 9, she said. There were 20 teams from Team 1 to Team 20. All odd-numbered teams were under Jonin Toradesu, and the even-numbered teams were under Jonin Shirakumo. Ideally, every team would be balanced and follow the standard team structure, but this is reality. We don't have an Irionin on our team, but that's not anything unusual. Are you secretly an Irionin? Anko asked, humorously. Unfortunately, not, Takuma replied with a small smile. I was told that teams usually have an additional role other than combat. What is Team 9's role? There were teams specializing in scouting, tracking, capturing, infiltration, assassinations, among various other specialties. We are responsible for intel extraction from. Anko turned her gaze to Takuma. Torture and interrogation. I hope you have got the stomach for it. If not, You will be forced to develop one. It won't be a problem, he replied. Anko smiled before slapping him on his back. But don't put us in the torture box just yet. Our job is intel extraction, and people aren't the only source of intel. We are also responsible for breaking codes on any communication that is intercepted. Information is a potent weapon. Usually, when you know what's coming, it becomes infinitely easier to plan a counter against it. Takuma knew firsthand the importance of intel. He had built an entire sub-department from the ground up based on the inside information against drug networks. So, I have been meaning to ask. What's with the cane? Anko pointed at the cane strapped to the side of his back. I had an injury. My leg sometimes gets sore. It has gotten to a point where it isn't a problem, but I still carry it just in case. This injury is from the assassination? She asked. Takuma wondered what all was there in his file. Yes. Anko hummed. The topic of your late deployment will come up. I don't know how you wish to handle it, so I have simply told the team to ask you directly. You can handle it at your own discretion. Thank you. I don't intend to hide. The media back home made it so the matter couldn't remain private. It's better to tell the truth than invent a lie which can be undone in an instant, he said. I approve, Anko smiled. They talked a bit more until they reached their destination. We have arrived. This will be your home until we move the base, said Anko. Takuma looked at the single-story house with a large front yard. He could tell from the wooden fence stretching far beyond the building that the backyard was even bigger. The front yard itself could roughly fit 3 of Takuma's apartments. Daiki! Anko yelled. Or we could have knocked, Takuma sighed. The door soon opened, and a 2-meter-tall man, built like a professional bodybuilder, stepped through the door. He had to crouch a little because of his height. He only wore pants, so all of his shredded muscles were displayed in all their glory. He had umber-brown skin, a shaved bald head, and a square jaw. What is it, Anko? Asked Daiki. His voice was a deep, rich, and smooth voice, fitting the man's appearance. Both Anko and Takuma had to look up as they talked to Daiki. This is Takuma, the new team member I talked about. Good to meet you. My name is Takuma. As Daiki stood before Takuma, a shadow was cast on the latter. Takuma wondered if Daiki was one of those alpha men-type dudes who wanted to assert dominance. It's a pleasure to meet you, Takuma. My parents named me Daiki in their humble hopes that I would grow up big and strong. I must admit, I was looking forward to your arrival. Our teammates are all pleasant people, but I find myself desiring some male company. Now that you are here, I wish nothing more for us to get along. Takuma was stunned. He wasn't expecting such an eloquent way of speaking from a giant. He is our scout and tracker, said Anko. Takuma was surprised. Scout? I thought surely he would. Anko laughed as she slapped Takuma on his back. These muscles are all for looks. He is weak as hell, she said. Daiki frowned. That's a crude way to put it, Anko. This is my preferred physique. I like the aesthetic. And when I look good, I feel good. It's simply a form of personal improvement. Daiki flexed, and Takuma had to give it to him. Daiki looked like a prime specimen. And Takuma, judging someone by their appearance, is narrow-minded, not suitable for a shinobi. I hope you will treat me based on my actions rather than my appearance. My bad. Takuma shook hands with Daiki. I hope you'll treat me the same. Of course, Daiki flashed a bright smile. Dump your stuff in your room, and then we'll go meet the ladies, said Anko. Because the rest of Team 9 were women, they all shared a separate house. Daiki might look intimidating, but he is not a combat-forward shinobi, Anko said as they walked. He can pull his weight, but he lacks the instinct to be a main combatant for the team. Among the remaining team, we have 2 combatants, but I want one more to even things out. So, I want to ask, what can you do? Takuma knew this was going to happen, so after more than 2 years, he had dusted his resume and updated it for potential employers. He took out a scroll from his person and handed it to Anko. "What is this?" "My list of qualifications and skills. I'm confident in my combat ability, but I believe you would want to test them out." Anko didn't reply as her eyes were glued to the scroll. "You know how to operate a comms radio?" she asked. "Yes, I can. I know 5 of Hidden Leaf's code transformations to encrypt information in sensitive situations. I'm also intimate with the standard radio's electronics and technologies, so I can repair it if needed. He even had a certificate for it. I think you will fit in well even if you suck at fighting." "Thank you." They reached another house, and once again, Anko yelled instead of knocking on the door. "Iori." A moment later, a purple-haired woman older than Anko dragged her feet out of the building. The woman had stunning looks and a body, but it was ruined by the bird nest-like hair, deep eye bags, and messy clothes stained with ink. "What?" she asked sharply. "Ah, sorry. Did I wake you up?" asked Anko. Iori looked pissed. "This is Takuma." The new team member, Anko quickly diverted Iori's attention to Takuma. "Sorry to disturb you. My name is Takuma." The sleep-deprived woman looked at Takuma, and her eyes narrowed. Iori sighed and bowed to her with an amount of grace that looked out of place because of her appearance. "I am Iori. Sorry to show you this unsightly appearance. I have not slept for the last few nights," she said. "Please, don't mind me. You can return to your rest, we can converse later," Takuma said, understanding her plight. She looked much worse than he was feeling. "Thank you, and yes, let's talk later." Saying that, Iori returned to her house. "Send Kimiko out, will you?" Anko called out after her. "I thought Jonin Teradesu didn't appreciate tardiness," Takuma said to Anko. "The upright geezer might, but I don't give a fuck about those things as long as you do your job properly. One good part about him is that he doesn't micromanage as long as we give him what he wants, which can be a problem sometimes, but nothing is perfect, so we take what we get." Takuma hummed. 2 minutes later, another woman exited the house, and the moment her eyes narrowed in displeasure. As for Takuma, he recognized her. "Ah, it's you," he muttered. Her academy classmate and the girl who almost cleaved him in half during the Genin Corp basic training. Take Torai Kimiko. Chapter 177, Trash Talk no Jutsu. Take Torai Kimiko was his academy classmate, and the last time he had seen her was in the Genin Corp basic training when they were placed under the same Chunin instructor but were assigned to different teams. They had gone separate ways, and Takuma didn't keep track of the classmates he barely interacted with during his year at Shinobi Academy. Years had passed, but Kimiko hadn't changed much. Her black hair was still styled in a straight sharp A-line bob cut. Her cat-like eyes were sharp as ever, giving the impression that she was always glaring, or maybe she glared every time she saw him, and there was a prepared edge to her body posture as though prepared for any situation on a moment's notice. "I must say I'm surprised," he started, "to think I would be on the same team as a classmate." Takuma extended his hand for a handshake, but Kimiko looked down at his hand before looking up at his face with a displeased expression. Takuma sighed as he pulled his hand back. "Don't you think it's childish to hold a grudge for something so long ago?" he asked. During the basic training, their Chunin instructor had chosen Takuma's team for the final tournament. Kimiko had raised her displeasure upon the announcement and had appealed for a change in decision, but Chunin Yoshio had shut it down then and there. It seemed she was still hung up on that. Kimiko turned to Anko. "Is there any way to change his team assignment? I don't believe he is a good fit for our team." Takuma frowned. "Oh my, what's this? You two know each other? Kimiko, why didn't you say anything before?" Anko looked at the two of them. "The team needs a combatant, Anko. This man won't be able to fulfill that role. He could barely graduate. It's better for us to have nothing than him." Kimiko spoke bluntly and pointedly. "Who are you to decide if I can or cannot fight?" Takuma frowned. He didn't appreciate the straightforward hostility. If I recall, I was the one in the tournament final. My impression of the esteemed Take-Torai clan dropped like a fat Akimichi the day you threw a tantrum because your spoiled ass didn't get what you wanted. How dare you speak ill of the clan, Kimiko said with venom in her voice. If you don't want to listen to the truth, then shut the fuck up and don't spew shit from your mouth. Takuma didn't know if it was from being sleep-deprived or if it was the agitation he had been feeling since leaving the camp, or perhaps both, but the moment Kimiko opened her mouth, irritation and anger flared within him. He didn't want to fight with his teammates on the first day, but she started it. Now, let's not bite each other's throats, Anko raised her hand. She had a troubled look on her face. She hummed while tapping her cheek with a finger as she looked at her two subordinates. It's a big problem if teammates can't work together. I will work with anyone, she's the one with the fucking problem, Takuma glared at Kimiko. But I can't just kick Takuma out just because you say so, Kimiko. Kimiko looked massively displeased. But, Anko continued, it's also true that if Takuma isn't able to fulfill our requirements, asking the old geezer to allow a trade makes the most sense. This time, Takuma was shocked. Anko shrugged. We haven't been able to operate independently since our temporary fifth member went home. Joint missions with other teams are all we have been able to do. I'm tired of trying to persuade them when they can pair with someone else who does have a complete team, so despite what I said earlier about you fitting in even without combat ability, well, we need someone who can handle combat. So, given the situation, this is what we will do. Tomorrow, both of you are going to fight. If Takuma wins, the matter is over, he will stay, and you will have to work it, she said to Kimiko. But if Takuma loses, then I will trade you as soon as possible. You need to be at least as capable as her, so either win or hang in there until I declare a draw. The stakes aren't equal, Takuma said. If I lose, I get shipped out like inferior goods, but if she loses, she has to work with me, but that would have happened if she didn't bitch about it. That's a good point. How about she takes half of your duty shifts for a month, Anko suggested. 3 months, Takuma said boldly. Dream on, Kimiko scoffed. Takuma ignored her and directly dealt with Anko. Tomorrow's fight is going to set my first impression, and if I end up losing, it's going to make my time here more difficult than necessary. I think 3 months is enough. True, but 3 months of 50% more work is tough. How about 2 months, Anko countered. Anko! Kimiko gasped. 2.5, Takuma gave his offer. Don't be greedy. 2 is the best I can do. Done, Takuma shook on it. This discussion is now over. Prepare as much as you want for tomorrow. I look forward to seeing what both of you can show me, said Anko. Kimiko unsheathed her sword and checked the edge for one final time before the fight. She looked up at Takuma sitting in the distance, similarly checking his equipment. The day they had finished basic training and had officially entered service, Kimiko had put Takuma out of her mind because she didn't believe she would hear about him outside of perhaps academy reunions that happened every 5 years. The dead last who barely graduated would spend years working farms and other odd jobs like most in the Genin Corp. And for the first year, she didn't hear about Takuma. There was a gossip that he had joined a Chunin team, but Kimiko had dismissed it for what it was, gossip. Why would any Chunin take someone like him on their team? But then, a piece of shocking news broke in their class circle. Takuma had joined the Leaf Military Police Force. And this news was real, verified by Oichi Taro and Fuma Arisu. Arisu actually worked with Takuma as his partner. Kimiko couldn't believe it. How had Takuma managed to get into the police force when a lot of people she knew who had applied had not even gotten a rejection letter? And when that wasn't enough, she was hit with another mind-boggling news. Fuma Arisu had shared the news that Takuma had been given his own team, and she was joining the team. From there on, every month, she would see an article or two about the narcotics task force in the newspaper. Why? Kimiko had asked Arisu. We are doing something new and exciting, and he's really good at what he does, was Arisu's reply. Seeing that, Kamiko had to admit that Takuma must have done something right, that he must have had the necessary competence to reach such a position. If nothing else, then her parents talking about the news about the narcotics task force on the dinner table was proof that Takuma had accomplished something. But that didn't mean Kamiko wanted Takuma on her team. She still remembered the dead last who couldn't use the simple transformation jutsu, and had lost all of his fights in the academy. And even though he had won the basic training final tournament, she was completely confident in beating him into the ground. They were stationed in a dangerous area in a war, and every mission had a component of danger that could very well lead to loss of life. She did not want someone in the much-needed combat forward role to be a weakling like Takuma. She didn't want to put her and her teammates' lives in someone's hands with a dirt-poor combat history. She was aware that Takuma would have improved since the basic training, but she didn't want to take the risk of him joining the team long enough that Anko would find it difficult to replace him. Kamiko couldn't risk that. Which was why. I'll make sure he doesn't even have a chance to join the team. Not many people wanted to join Team 9 because of Anko as their leader and her tainted past, but Kamiko was sure she could pull someone in with her clan's pull. I think I might have been a bit reckless with this, Anko awkwardly chuckled as she walked to Kamiko. Kamiko looked at the crowd of shinobi gathered around. Based on the numbers, at least 80% of the Camp Banana had gathered to see her fight against Takuma as if it was an entertainment event. She had thought the fight would be a fairly private affair, but seeing so many of her peers gathered, who would judge her performance, made her feel nervous. She gazed to the other side, and Takuma looked like the crowd didn't exist for him. He seemed completely relaxed, as if this was just another day for him. "Can't you disperse the crowd?" she muttered to Anko. "Not when those two are here," Anko pointed with her eyes. Part of the crowd were the two hidden leaf jonin running the camp. Both Jonin Toradesu and Jonin Shirakumo had come to spectate the fight. Kamiko, who hadn't noticed them, felt another wave of nervousness. On the other side, Takuma stood up. He wore a simple half-sleeved shirt and shorts over a chainmail with arm and foot guards with boots. There was no heavy armor, in fact, he was dressed in minimal armor. Light armor? Is he aiming to use speed as a weapon? Kamiko analyzed. If so, then I might be at an advantage here. I'm ready whenever you are, said Takuma. Kamiko took a deep breath. The nervousness didn't abate, but she turned her focus to the fight. She needed to win if she wanted Takuma off the team. And win, she would. I'm ready, she said. Anko clapped her hands. Well then, let's not delay and start right away. She put 2 fingers in her mouth and whistled loudly to gain everyone's attention. The crowd simmered down and focused on Anko. Today, to resolve a dispute, these 2 team members will fight. The loser will have to obey the winner's proposition. Place your bets, people. Anko! Kamiko protested. How could they turn this into a gambling event? Hey, there isn't anything fun to do here. People gotta take what they can. See, even they approve, Anko pointed at the 2 jonin participating in the betting. Kamiko looked at Takuma, hoping he would back her, but he was staring at her. She held back a flinch. She could feel his gaze scanning her as though he was looking through her. His gaze went everywhere from her feet to her sword to the gear she wore. While she was worrying about other things, he was observing her. Do you know why I was deployed late? Asked Takuma. Kamiko knew about the incident. It was quite prominent in the newspapers. There were 4 of them, waiting for me at my home, he continued. I was returning from dinner with a friend, so I was only lightly armed. Kamiko started to feel more and more uncomfortable as Takuma spoke. The place I lived attracted the bad kind of people. Drug dealers who couldn't pay up their suppliers, people who had borrowed money from loan sharks, and most of the property in that area is owned by a really shady guy, and all of them employed shinobi for their collections, so people in the area know not to interfere or try to report it to authorities because no one wants a shinobi knocking on their door. So, even when people heard the fighting, no one dialed the phone to help me. I was all alone. And then it started to rain heavily. Anything that could have gained attention was drowned by the water and sound. Takuma touched his arm, and Kimiko noticed the high volume of scars on both his arms. That day, 5 people entered the fight alive, only one of them was alive the next day. Kimiko felt a shiver go down her spine. He took out a kunai from his weapons pouch. "Don't mistake me for the boy you studied with at the academy. He died a long time ago." Chapter 178, How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? Kimiko clutched her sword tighter as she stared at Takuma, gazing at her with unblinking eyes. What the hell? This wasn't the Takuma she remembered. The person she remembered always had a reluctant face during spars in the academy and acted overly cautious to his detriment during the basic training. So why did it seem like he was a whole other person altogether? "Both of you ready?" Anko stepped forward. Kimiko released her sword from the scabbard while Takuma simply nodded. Anko looked at both of them and nodded. "Go on then, have it each off." Kimiko blinked and saw Takuma's hand move up. Her eyes narrowed as a kunai flashed in her direction. She raised her sword, and metal rang as the kunai was deflected. But then she gasped as 2 more kunai were a split moment away from her. She hurried to deflect them as well. The first one was a clean redirect to the right, but when she moved her sword to deflect the third one, it felt like she was hitting an iron ingot. A jolt of vibration shot up her arm as she found her arm thrown back from the force. What power! She had no time to be startled as Takuma rushed forward the moment he had thrown the first kunai. Kimiko hurriedly balanced herself. His first move was not to let properly wield her sword and struck out strongly down at her sword, but Kimiko was prepared and met the strike strongly. It wasn't as strong as she expected and countered effortlessly. With Takuma so near to her, Kimiko got a hold of herself and prepared to cut him down. She wielded a sword, and he was using kunai. She held the range advantage. Her footwork flowed as she gripped her sword in both hands and began parrying and blocking Takuma's assault. The way he handled his kunai was forceful and violent. She could feel the intention behind every strike of drawing her blood. It was barbaric in a sense. She didn't find that to be a fault, it was simply a way to fight. But she preferred finesse and skill. Kimiko's sword flowed, meeting Takuma's aggressive assault head-on. She let him push her back as she observed his fight style, but the moment she felt comfortable enough to mount a counter, she stopped and pushed him back. The frown on his face as she pushed him back filled with confidence. He became more aggressive. Kimiko simply picked up pace to thwart anything he threw at her. Takuma used his free hand to grab her sword arm and pulled. It was a common tactic but risky tactic to go for a grab and disarm when the opponent had a sword, but Kimiko was prepared for it and smashed her other into Takuma's face. He blocked it with his arm, but Kimiko was able to pull her arm free. Kimiko decided it was time to grab the momentum and go on the offensive. But just as she raised her sword, Takuma kicked her calf. The force almost made her stumble, but she lost the stance for her strike. The next moment, Takuma's raised arm with a kunai came down at Kimiko, who rushed her arm to grab his wrist. A contest of strength ensued, and Takuma was stronger than Kimiko. But Takuma didn't push Kimiko and dropped his kunai. It landed in Takuma's other hand. Kimiko's eyes widened as he pulled his hand back for a stab to the gut. Her sword arm moved quickly, and she swung for his neck. Takuma ducked down a moment before the sword reached him. Kimiko didn't retreat and double-gripped her sword to slice it down at the crouching Takuma. However, Takuma kicked her in the legs once more. It wasn't enough to stop her, but it slowed her down, and Takuma rolled away to evade the attack. Kimiko clicked her tongue and quickly switched gears to go after Takuma, who launched 2 shurikens at her from his crouching position. Not intending to let herself slow down, Kimiko moved her sword to parry them, but when the first shuriken hit her, it carried a brutish force like the kunai before, but Kimiko pushed forth and deflected the second shuriken. Heavy! It was as though she was attempting to parry a heavy greatsword. How could one throw a shuriken so hard? The second shuriken created a gap that Takuma jumped at. He blitzed Kimiko and kicked her in the knee. "He's targeting my legs," Kimiko realized as she was forced to stand still. Takuma's fist came quick as a viper and smashed into the side of her face. She stumbled back. A palm strike struck her in the chest, followed by another punch to her liver. Kimiko felt pain, but it wasn't anything she hadn't experienced before. She focused her gaze on Takuma and saw his fist moving towards her. She clenched her sword. She would take that punch and immediately counter with her sword. Cut him down where he stood. As she adjusted her posture to allow the best recovery, the fist dug into her stomach. Kimiko's eye bulged as in an instant all the air was forced out of her lungs. She felt a force slam into her body. She couldn't breathe nor react when the sheer force assaulted her body. The grass around them from the wind displaced from Takuma's strike as Kimiko flew through the air like a bullet. It was so sudden that the audience watching from a considerable distance had to scamper to clear the way as Kimiko ragdolled past them. What the hell? Anko muttered in surprise when she saw Kimiko fly through the air. Chakra augmentations, isn't it? Commented Jonin Shirakumo beside her. And from the looks of it, he is decently proficient in it. His taijutsu is also commendable, it's clear that he has worked hard on it. You have got a good Jinin, Chunin Mitarashi. It would seem like, sir, Anko said as she watched the fight. I expected him to be a Jinjutsu user. It's different from what I imagined, said Jonin Toradesu. Why do you say that? She asked. Well, just a hunch, said Toradesu. Oh, ninjutsu so early? Is that wise? Said Shirakumo. Anko turned to the fight to see Takuma weaving hand seals as he ran towards Kimiko. Kimiko tried to push herself up, but her knees buckled as her body shivered in pain, which spread out from her abdomen. She hadn't hit that hard ever. Chakra augmentation? Kimiko looked up and saw Takuma running towards her with hand seals. The shock of a possible ninjutsu attack woke Kimiko up, and she stood up with great difficulty. She didn't know what was coming, so she went with the quickest jutsu with the most versatile defense she possessed. She weaved the hand seals. As a pressured wave of water was thrown at her, Kimiko held her hand forward, and a strong gust of wind shot forward, creating a pseudo-wall protecting her from the attack. Wind release, wild gust. The water slammed with the wind wall. Some of it was stopped, but the wave continued. Kimiko gritted her teeth as she held strong while water pushed its way through the wind wall until it appeared on the other. Kimiko gasped as the wave enveloped her. But other than being drenched by a huge wave, Kimiko remained uninjured. The wind wall did its part and took away most of the force behind the water. She immediately picked up her sword and charged Takuma when she saw him weaving another set of hand seals. But this time, she chose to go on the offensive. She channeled chakra into her sword, and it hummed silently in her hand. Her eyes widened, and she got scared when a globule of water rushed past her from behind, and then another, until a whole lot of water flew through the air and settled behind Takuma. What is that jutsu? She was cautious but didn't slow down or stop. She got her answer the next moment as she entered the range to attack. 2 water tentacles shot from behind his back, with 2 kunai protruding out from the front. Instantly, her target changed from Takuma to the 2 tentacles. She parried the kunai, but they came right back. The next second, a third one came out, with a fourth following soon. The pressure went from 0 to 100 within a second, and as she got cut 3 times in a couple of seconds, Kimiko considered backing off, but then an idea entered her mind. She swung her sword at the tentacle itself. A portion of the water separated, and the kunai fell to the ground. Got it! With the weakness identified, she would cut them down in an instant and go for Takuma. 2 hands suddenly shot forward and grabbed Kimiko's shoulder. Huh! Takuma pulled her forward and was about to smash his forehead into her head, but she moved his head, and he got her shoulder. Kimiko pushed his back and swung her sword in a horizontal strike. Takuma jumped back out of the reach, and the sword passed through without cutting through anything. He said, "That was a miss." Takuma looked down as a line ripped in his shirt, and inside a very shallow cut appeared on his chest. The blade had passed through the chainmail and cut the flesh underneath. Kenjutsu, he looked up at her. I am a Take Torai, what did you expect, she said, proudly. That's true, Takuma stood straighter. He rolled his shoulders, and 8 tentacles shot out of his back. But, I get your sword now. It's nothing special. What? Kamiko's eyes sharpened. What did you say? Take Torai isn't anything special. If it is, you are not it, said Takuma. If you're in charge of combat in the team, I pity the guys because you're going to get them killed. You know what, I don't think I want to be on the team if I have to entrust my back to you. Take that back. I don't think I will, Takuma raised his hands wide. I don't want to be on the team. I will allow you to cut me down so Anko trades me out. Come on, let's get this over with, or can you not even manage to do that? Kamiko disliked him, but now she felt a burning hatred. She raised her sword, and it hummed noisily as she pointed it at him. I will make you regret everything. Kamiko was dangerous. After seeing her swordplay, Takuma had to admit it was one of the best he had faced. It was better than what he had experienced against Okubo Momo and from the assassins. But he also knew she hadn't shown him any of her clan jutsu. She was an unknown opponent. He had no frame of reference for combat style, so he probed her by putting pressure on her to see how she would react under an aggressive assault. He concluded that Kamiko had an offensive-type combat style. If he hadn't intimidated her before the fight and then overwhelmed her from the start, she would have put him on the back foot with a high-powered offense with that sword of hers. He glanced at her sword, which was humming ominously. He couldn't get hit with that sword. He could defeat her with his usual strategy, but he knew she would get 1 or 2 serious attacks in. He did not want that. He was too reckless during fights and traded damage instead of getting in hits through the opening. He needed to learn not to take damage. It was critical time he changed his combat style to add some well-needed self-preservation. She gets riled up easily, he thought. And, well, a volatile mind was always an easier target. And if he wanted Anko to have a proper measure of his ability, he needed to show her more. Sorry, but not sorry, Kamiko. But I'm going to use you to make a presentation. Chapter 179, Kamiko's Sword Style. He has got a foul mouth on him, said Toradesu. Shirakumo frowned. There shouldn't be a need to insult her and her clan. It's unsightly. I like it, Anko smiled. A shinobi needs to maintain calm during battle. He riled her up, and she is clearly falling for it. But I don't know if it was wise to do it to Kamiko. Toradesu glanced at Anko and then at Kamiko. A Take Torai, is she? Yes. Takuma took a step back when he saw Kamiko's sword hum dangerously. He didn't need to be told that he needed to avoid getting cut from that. It was bad that he was no longer scared of bladed weapons like swords from his time ring. He needed to feel the fear to keep himself safe. Fear kept him on his toes. Kamiko charged at him with her sword. Takuma equipped 6 of his 8 with kunai and left 2 free for other uses. He could immediately tell the difference in her. She was clearly more aggressive than before, and her sword became sharper. Not the blade, but the movements. Her strikes were becoming tighter, faster, flowing through the air, cutting through it as though no resistance existed for the sword. Takuma might have insulted her sword, but it was mesmerizing. Kamiko gave Takuma a chase. Her footwork worked in conjunction with her arms as she slashed and stabbed at Takuma, who jumped around her, using his entire body and his tentacles to keep her sword away from her. With every sword strike, she chipped away at the tentacles. Not even the kunai worked as the chakra around the sword disturbed the integrity of the tentacle, taking little sips of water from the tentacles. This was just like his spar against Okubo Momo. 8 tentacles was a bad fit against Kenjutsu users. Her sword was like his augmentations, but unlike him, who expunged his chakra outwards to create an outward-going force, her chakra stuck to the sword, vibrating at high speeds to create a razor edge, and from observations, it increased the sword's range by an amount. With her non-stop aggressiveness, raging offense, it was difficult to judge that invisible range. Perhaps he was wrong to anger her. She was skilled. But that wasn't enough. The Take Torai sword. Even in the hands of a youngster like her, it's deadly as ever, said Toradesu, fanning himself with a folding hand fan. She is apparently the most talented in her generation, Anko commented. Oh? Did she say that herself? Isn't that touting one's own horn? Anko shook her head. Her father wrote me a letter. That would have been embarrassing for Jin and Kimiko. It would be if I told her, Anko smiled. The Take Torai clan was one of the premier clans who had developed a style of deadly kenjutsu. The Take Torai sword was a sword of swiftness and efficiency. They had existed since the pre-Hidden Village's warring eras and had developed their sword on the battlefield. The Take Torai ideal was pure offense, discarding everything that hindered the sword's destructive capabilities and refining the remaining till the sword achieved its most deadly form. Takuma's offense was fast-paced, but Kimiko's was on the next level. Her sword sliced through the air, every strike with the sole intention to draw blood. Takuma used force to push Kimiko back, but she used sheer speed and finesse to leave him on choice to retreat, as anything else would have him come in the blade's trajectory. Kimiko raised her sword high up and swung it down for a sharp cutter of wind to fly out towards Takuma, who hadn't stopped moving on his legs since he had insulted her. He hadn't been given a moment's rest. And as the wind cutter flew towards him, he slid under it on his knees, bending his torso backward as though the wind cutter was a limbo pole. A wind affinity. Excellent for kenjutsu, said Shirakumo. It seems Takatori's future is going to be stable. Possessing an affinity towards the wind or lightning nature transformation was highly desirable for shinobi pursuing the kenjutsu, as they had the best compatibility with blade weapons. That said, these two are from the same batch? Asked Shirakumo. Yes, why do you ask? Anko said. Just a thought about how people from the same batch can differ in just a few years. They have been shinobi for the same duration, but the difference in experience is plenty clear. Why can't I hit him? Kimiko gritted her teeth as she sheathed her sword, built chakra into the blade, and unleashed a strong and wide wind cutter as she unsheathed the blade with a wide swing. She ran towards Takuma after unleashing the wind cutter. And as she expected, Takuma ducked under the cutter, and other than small cuts on his arms that he used to protect his face, he left uninjured. Knowing this would happen, Kimiko unleashed a vertical wind cutter, but Takuma rolled away without even looking at the wind cutter. She had been bombarding him with attacks, but not a single one had hit him. It was getting frustrating. She released two more wind cutters, disregarding pacing her chakra consumption. Takuma weaved hand seals and disappeared into the ground. Her senses were set on fire as she looked around everywhere in search of where Takuma would appear from the ground. She heard the ground crack, and she immediately dashed to the spot. Kimiko switched from her wind cutter to the vibrating edge as she got into close range. As she was about to slash her sword down, a figure appeared in her peripheral vision. There was no sound or any other indication that someone was behind her until she saw them. The self-preservation kicked in, and Kimiko changed her target. She turned to slash at the new target, which turned out to be Takuma. Huh! Her sword went through Takuma clean without any resistance because there was nothing corporeal to cut. Takuma disappeared like he never existed. Clone Jutsu! Kimiko's heart leaped in her chest as she turned back only to be slammed with pain. She looked down to see a gash in her side. It was a mistake to give her wound attention as she felt a powerful punch assault her face. One moment, she was standing, the next moment, she was on the ground. The air was knocked out of her lungs, leaving her breathless. Once again, she was reminded that Takuma knew how to use chakra augmentations. Her vision was blurry, her ears rang, and she felt the strong urge to empty her stomach. The pain in her sides was actually the one thing that held her together as she got up. She didn't expect to get up, especially not being allowed to grab her sword. Something was wrong. Ding! Her swimming vision settled, but as she regained focus, her sight was filled with dozens upon dozens of Takuma surrounding her. She drew on her sword but found her body to be bound by paralysis. The more she struggled, the more her body felt like stone. Then, from out of nowhere, she felt herself locked in a rear naked chokehold. And her paralysis didn't allow her to get out of it. Within seconds, she felt herself go faint, and before she went unconscious, a few words hit her ears as the dozens of Takuma disappeared as though they never existed, and she felt control return back to her, but it was already too late. "I will work with you, take Torai Kimiko. I will give you at least that." Takuma let Kimiko go after she went limp in his grasp. She fell down to the ground, and he stepped back. Immediately, 2 people came up with a stretcher to carry her off to presumably the medical house for the treatment. "Good fight, come on, let's get you treated," said one of the people helping Kimiko on the stretcher. He had only left a gash in her side, and with Irionine, that was but a light scratch. He was injured too, but they were essentially inconsequential that even he could treat on his own. It felt good not to come out with a fight with critical injuries. "Thanks, you guys go ahead, I will be right there," he said. The man glanced at Anko and the 2 jonin walking towards them before nodding. He made sure Takuma knew the location of the medical house and then took an unconscious Kimiko away. "You're on the team, that's for sure," said Anko. "I'm glad you liked the performance," said Takuma. He looked at Toradesu and Shirakumo and introduced himself to the latter. "I followed the Narcotics Task Force's work in the police force." "It was quite impressive," said Shirakumo. "It was a team effort, sir," Takuma replied. "You created such a hubbub upon your arrival, Jin and Takuma." "I hope this won't become a regular thing around here," said Toradesu, fanning himself. "Though some excitement here and there is always welcome," he laughed ho-ho-ho like Santa. "I came here to do my duty, sir." "I will do that, anything other than that is just a bonus," said Takuma. "Now, if you will excuse me, I shall get myself treated." As Takuma left, the 2 jonin and Anko followed him with their eyes. "What do you think he will do now?" asked Toradesu. Shirakumo replied, "If he's smart, he will take care of the situation as soon as possible." He turned to Anko, "And if he doesn't, you will have a problem." Anko shrugged with a grin on her face. "If they don't get along, I will make it so they won't have a choice but to get along, or their lives would be miserable the entire time they are here," she said. Chapter 180. When Kimiko opened her eyes on a bed in the medical house, she found Takuma sitting at her bedside, reading a scroll. He looked up from his scroll at her. "You're awake, and fairly quickly at that. How are you feeling?" he asked. She narrowed her eyes, showing her displeasure. "What are you doing here?" "Waiting for you to wake up so we can have a chat." "I don't have anything to say to you." "Well, I do, and you will listen because I will only say this here," said Takuma. Something in his demeanor told her that she should listen. "I won, so according to the bet, we will be working on the same team." Kimiko bit the inside of her cheek and clenched her fists. She sat up on her bed to be on the same level as Takuma. "So, what? You're here to gloat about it," she spat. "But I don't want there to be bad blood between us, so I'm here to dispel the animosity between us for the sake of the team. I don't want to spend my time here locking horns with you. Therefore, I suggest we make peace. And as a token of my intention, I will forego the 2 months of my tasks we decided for your punishment." Kimiko stayed silent. It was clear from the look in her eyes that she was suspicious of Takuma. Takuma stood up and bowed to Kimiko. "I apologize for bad-mouthing you and your clan during the fight. I didn't mean any of that, it was simply a tactic to throw you off your calm. Your sword was dangerous enough that I had to resort to other tactics." "So, we are just supposed to become friends now?" asked Kimiko, scoffing. "Not really," Takuma shrugged. "Honestly speaking, I'm not interested in becoming friends with you. All I'm proposing is that we treat each other as professionally as we can. We don't need to be friends to functionally operate as teammates. I simply don't wish for unnecessary hostility." Takuma stood up and rolled up his scroll. "I have said my piece. It's up to you if you wish to be civil with me. My peace offering will hold even either way. Rest well, I will see you tomorrow," he said before taking his leave. Kimiko dropped back to the bed and sighed as she stared at the ceiling, thinking. Huh, I thought she would give me a reply, Takuma muttered as he exited the building. Barely an hour had passed since the fight. It was a strange feeling. The fight was akin to a ring fight, and he usually had those in the late evening, but today, the day had barely started. I should go talk to Anko, he muttered. I'm here. Takuma flinched and looked to the side to see Anko leaning against the wall. She waved to him as she walked to him. Yo, that was a good fight. Chakra augmentation, taijutsu, jinjutsu, water release, earth release, that's a good amount of stuff in your repertoire. I must say I'm liking you more and more as a member of my team. Takuma smiled. So, what do you think? How did I do? Well, if you are asking, Anko hummed. You wasted too much time at the start. If you had planned it better, you could have ended the fight without using the jinjutsu. You only hit her with a couple of augmented strikes, and those hurt her enough to make her not risk being close to you, even with a sword in hand. You heavily underutilized those and let her get in the cuts and nicks she did. Takuma lifted his hand and looked at his fist. It's more like I can't utilize the chakra augmentation, he said. What do you mean? I made this chakra augmentation on my own. You created it on your own. Takuma laughed and waved Anko's surprise down. It's not that impressive. He explained the base concept of how he used to overload the chakra adhesion, used for wall sticking, to create power by expunging the chakra outwards. Because I don't have any experience in jutsu creation, and I was told once by someone that the base concept itself was flawed from an augmentation perspective, the use case is quite restrictive. My augmentation has multiple variables I have to consider with every strike. Whenever I hit someone with an augmented strike, I experience a knockback recoil. I have long gotten used to it, but each recoil makes me slow down just a bit, but it's enough that I have to be mindful, or I can put myself at a disadvantage. I have to consider if I'm using a punch, a palm strike, a kick, what kind of kick, or if I'm using my elbow or knee, then I have to consider my opponent, where am I hitting them, how much force can they shrug off, and because of the recoil I have to think about the follow-up. If I want a quick successive attack, then I need a lower recoil to make the transition seamless, but if I can afford a moment of pause, I can go for a heavy hit. Moreover, the technique's demand of control itself is a problem. In the start, I used to break the bones in my arms whenever I used the augmentation recklessly. He looked at his hand. I have fractured my knuckles, wrist, and fingers more times than I can remember. I have gotten better through experience, but the flaws in the technique that caused the injuries in the first place still remain. I can't go above a certain power limit, or I would injure myself. He looked at Anko. Every augmentation is a risk. I have to mentally and instinctually calculate all of it to land a proper punch. If I didn't need to, every attack of mine would have been augmented. I have the chakra for it. I know that if I tried, I could have shattered Kimiko's jaw in one shot or caused heavy internal injuries in her abdomen or killed her if I placed my hits properly on a vital. In return, however, I would have lost my arm. From a certain standpoint, a kill for a broken arm doesn't sound bad, but that trade-off is immensely risky. Iryojutsu was miraculous, but it couldn't solve everything. A broken arm not treated quickly could get complicated enough that amputation was the only choice. Sounds dangerous, Anko said as they walked through the camp. If it's so dangerous, why do you still use it? Takuma had only one answer to the question. Because it makes me dangerous. When they realize that I can hit that hard, they become hyper-conscious of it. There's fear in their eyes, caution in their movement, hesitation in their intentions. Takuma didn't realize that there was a grin on his face. And flawed doesn't mean useless. I figured a couple of things that work around it. He removed 2 kunai from his pouch and pointed at a nearby tree. Watch, he said. Takuma threw the 2 kunai one at a time at the kunai. The second one was faster? Anko commented. Let's see, shall we? They walked to the tree and saw that the first kunai was barely a quarter of its length into the thick tree bark, but the second kunai was more than halfway into the tree. It's brutish, but everything has its uses, he said. Takuma had figured out that he could propel the kunai faster and stronger by expunging chakra behind the kunai a moment before it left his hand. Force was a product of mass and acceleration. Takuma increased the acceleration with his augmentation technique and created a sharp jump in force. In return, he sacrificed accuracy, so he could only use it at close range or when he had extra time to aim. You used it against Kimiko, didn't you? Asked Anko, unsure if her guess was correct. Takuma nodded. I don't think it's particularly impressive, but I can see it having its uses, she said. Would improving chakra control improve your augmentations? Improving chakra control improves everything, ma'am, Takuma chuckled. Anko, she reminded him. Yes, my apologies, he replied. But it's not like I haven't worked on chakra control. He trained chakra control on a regular basis. But it was also true that he hadn't seen improvement in his control recently. I don't know what method you used, but you haven't used mine, she said. Your methods? Takuma didn't know why, but seeing the glint in Anko's eyes as she coyly smiled sent alarm bells in his mind. Something in him told him otherwise, but he still asked, will they help improve my chakra control? If his improved his chakra control, his abilities all round would improve. Of course, but it might be tough. If you agree now, I won't accept complaints later. Takuma's fingers twitched. He was wondering what kind of training Anko was talking about. Her behavior was tingling his instincts. The last time he had felt like this was with Mariboshi, who had put him through his basic training during the academy. He had hated every second of the training because of how tough it was. Takuma trained every day, but he didn't particularly enjoy it. Training was a way to grow stronger. As such, he did it every day. Maybe I should decline. My methods are actually my teacher's special methods, she said. Anko's eyes gained a particular look as though she was testing him, observing his every expression. Usually, Takuma would notice the change, but the moment he heard that Anko's methods were her teacher's methods, his answer was decided, and he replied as enthusiastically as possible. I will take your offer, thank you. Takuma, of course, knew who her teacher was. Even if he hadn't read the source material, after living in the Hidden Leaf for as long as he had, he knew Mitarashi Anko and her teacher, Orochimaru the Snake, one of the legendary Sannin. One of Hidden Leaf's most wanted, currently rogue missing Nin, one of the shinobi with the highest bounty on their heads. The man was terrible, but great. Anko was a Chunin, so he figured she would have some more advanced training methods, but Orochimaru simply gave her more credibility. Anko looked stunned for a moment before she laughed and slapped Takuma on his shoulder a couple of times. You're an interesting guy, she said. I will teach you, and I will teach you good. Takuma felt good. He had showcased his ability to the entire camp and had managed to build a good rapport with his Chunin lead. It was not bad for a day's work. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 10.